For my own edification here.
Now recording.
Still using the original commands. Thank you, Craig. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Hope everybody had a great Friday. Who would like to recap 2 weeks ago, last session? Who wants inspiration?
I got it. Sorry. I will give the opportunity to someone else if they would like it.
I'm
Okay.
good.
So we headed south, south and west, I believe, as approximate as possible, to bring Talavar to a tunnel that could theoretically lead him out of hither, so that he could report to the Summer Queen. We parted with Sue, who was very kind to us and gave us a little bit of insight as to like what this world was like, what Prismere was like before it was split by the Hourglass Coven. Um, uh, and I don't think. Oh, on our way to the tunnel, we found what was kind of ostensibly like a weird ghost town. That had a few people who were managing to eke out a living there, that we spoke to. I was helping Miles a lot at that time. I don't remember if they have told us anything of significance other than this place sucks, and also Arlen, not every Harangan is a bastard. Um, uh, but we fought some spider folk and some spiders in the tunnel, and Talavar parted ways with us.
Yep. So you are still standing at the bottom of this. What you know was once some sort of mining shaft, where there is enough of this domain that existed before Zabilna took over that the barrier between this little pocket domain and the rest of the Feywild was a little thinner, and Talavar was able to shift through and be on his way. Uh, following the following his departure, you all set about doing a bit of laying to rest of the victims of the ettercaps and the giant spiders who had been cocooned in the spider webs. Judging from the state of the bodies, you think no more than a month or so ago. These are all um I'm sorry, not no more than a month. At least a month ago. None of these are particularly recent, uh, or were, since they have been cremated and laid to rest.
which is
Je-
good because we also have a somewhat indicator of that Harold has been around more recently than that. Not here, but like these bodies we found were not Harold.
Correct. Yes. Even though Sue had seen him recently and sent him on to Downfall, none of the bodies here could have been Harold. Um, Jebik is still with you, still volunteering to guide you all to Downfall. You have made it thus far. You had a skiff, which prior to your stay at the inn, you had been traveling via skiff. I don't remember if you kind of carried it with you or not. I don't believe so. I think you left it at the inn, or left it at the
I
river
be-
where you found the inn.
yeah, I believe
Hmm.
so.
Hmm.
Okay. Uh, Standing in the cave, there are the ashen remains around you. Jebek is there and looks at you all. Well, did we want to go back to the village, or should we press on straight to Downfall?
Well, if it is not too far, I think we should probably head back to the village. They seemed very concerned about the creatures living in this cave. Uh, I'm sure they would be happy to know that they are no more.
Yes.
Is, has everyone looked around? Is there anything around here that could be helpful on our travels? Along those lines, if anyone is interested, it was a wonderful gesture for Sir Talavar to give me his sword. However, not something I would frequently use. I prefer to use my fists, and if I need something that can cut, I have my beautiful battle axe.
Oh, I can make little use of this. Arlen?
Well, mechanically, if I remember correctly, it's just a +1 dagger
Uh,
Correct.
because of Sir Talavar's size.
right.
I mean, I'll take it.
Ah, wonderful. I will hand it off to court.
Ugh.
Use
Yeah,
it
I
in
can't
good health.
see much of a reason why I would ever use a blade unless I had to.
Y- I
Well,
mean,
they would, in addition to the occasional scrap, I'm sure it would have come in handy to slice up the candy and caramel apples.
That's a fair point. I have a kitchen knife
And
that
I'm
I can
sure if
also.
you need, court will let you borrow it.
We'll see.
I will adjust my spectacle and cast detect magic, uh, just on the ashen corpses and such.
Um, the contents of those particular web pouches have been reduced almost entirely to ash. However, there is magic coming out of some other parts of the web that permeates this entire cave. There are a number of other packs and things that were perhaps abandoned as somebody tried to escape. Um, in well, gathering the basically any of the things that ping as magic. There is a magical ruby about the size of I don't know, a baseball. Uh, there is a wooden case containing piece of parchment, and there is a pearl which shows as magical as well. Uh, tagged along with that, there is a small pouch containing a handful of gems. And I will just wait. Hold on. These to the GM section.
Well, Hemlock, are you able to identify these things?
Oh,
And
no.
Um, well, after a fashion, just a matter of, well, I mean, perhaps, uh, and he will use Mage Hand to retrieve the pearl and inspect it. This might do as the necessary missing component. Given time, I could, yes.
well, what do you say we head back to the village? We'll let them know that the enemies in the cave are no more. We can take a minute to catch your breath, and you can identify these things. Do we want to send a message to Sue and see how she's making?
Um,
T-
can you?
I could.
Well, that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Okay, well let's get back to the village, and then we'll do all that when we get there.
I'll use Mage Hand to retrieve all of these things and put them in a bag.
Not a problem. The trip back to the village, or what remains of the village, is very uneventful, other than as you are walking back, you do, whereas on your way out here, there had not been much in the way of natural sounds, birds, insects, things like that. Those sounds do start to slowly creep back into the area over the half hour or so that you all take to get back to the village. When you get back there, Kai, the human, the older human man, bushy beard, um, clear clearly someone who he told you he was a minor at some point, like ER, not OR. Although I guess he was technically OR as well. But he worked in the mine that was the area that you all had just been in. Excuse me. And seeing you all approach the village, his two small children out sort of playing in sort of the central yard of the village. He waves a hand at you all. You lived then?
Seems like it.
Are they are they gone?
Yes, yes, completely.
As far as we know.
Good. Thank you.
Um, if you all don't mind, I can work on this. And he hoists or pats his bag and says, "And you all can rest."
Wonderful.
Sounds good to me.
Good to get a short rest in.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will right quick go ahead and cast sending. I pull out my candle and I set it down, and I like whisper the message into the candle, and then a little like flame guy like pops out and then like disappears, and then wherever she is, it'll pop up on her shoulder and give her the message. Uh, hey Sue, the innkeeper. This is Arlen, the Haringan. With the friends that saved you from the other Haringan with the snails. How's it going? Was exactly 25
Yeah.
words, and I wasted 22 of them on introducing myself,
Yeah.
even though the spell does not require. I'll learn eventually.
See, the tables have turned, and now I am on the receiving end of all these weird summons. Sendings. I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm sorry already. No.
25 words is much more space than you think it is when you are answering a sending.
The answer comes back in Sue's sort of a husky, kind of laughing voice. Hey, Arlen. Yeah, I know who you are. I made it to the old village. I'll be laid to rest tonight. Stay safe.
She says she'll get those things laid to rest tonight, and tells us to stay safe.
All right.
Good.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you saw the little flame guy reappear on my shoulder and then disappear.
I will sit down and fold my legs under me, lay out my book, turn to some uh flip through the pages quite a bit until I find what I believe has to be the correct spell. Uh and I did pick up the spell, right? I did. Okay. I'm assuming that this pearl is sufficient for
Correct.
yeah. Uh but then I'll just open the scroll case and see if I can identify it by reading it. And if not, then I will cast identify.
This you should be able to identify. Oh well, no, I guess is that on your spell list? Doesn't matter. Either way, you discover that it is a scroll with the spell knock on it.
Woohoo!
There is. Why won't you let me? Here we go. If I drag it out here, does that pop up for everybody? So there are
Uh,
two pearls in the hoard, just to be clear. Not in the hoard, the hall that you found. One of which was magical, and one of which was a non-magical pearl. Just to be
okay.
clear.
Yeah, and the plain one was worth 100, so that should be good for that component.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Then, upon finishing reading that spell scroll, not reading, but I will then identify the ruby and pearl that
Yeah.
gave off auras.
I'm trying to get them to pop up, and I don't know why it's not doing. The pearl is a pearl of power, and the ruby
Oh
is a gem
fuck.
of brightness.
Okay.
Gem of brightness, I can actually just pop up the handout that came with the thing.
Yahoo!
um.
I will.
Oh, all right. So we have here three utilitarian devices that might actually serve all of us, mostly some of you particularly well. Um. This here offers light, also blinding flashes if given the opportunity. This one here will assist in re-energizing any expended arcane. If you've grown tired, it is a good device for resetting yourself. And then last of all, this scroll uh, allows the user to open a lock just by a word. Well, um, I say word. It comes at the sacrifice of quite the loud noise, but it is effective. I have no need of the gem of brightness. I am quite adept in the dark. Um,
How about you, Banner? All right. How about you? Arlen and I both have, our little light things.
Ah, yes. Well, if it is all the same, it certainly could take the place of the torch, which I usually use.
Yeah,
truly
there you
effective.
go.
Wonderful.
and a few of us are more adept with magic. We could all make use of this pearl. Uh,
You kind of go through your uh magical ability spell slots quicker, or well, since you're a warlock, you have fewer slots. So
I do have 2 warlock slots, but I also have 2 sorcerer slots. So I like
right.
I mean it would be good for me, but like for any of us can make good use of this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but
I
you can
I'll
have
pass
it.
on it.
Wonderful. Then I will take it. It will be wonderful.
I will pass on it for sure because I have full spellcaster slots.
Okay. The other thought was so the knock scroll could be used by either me or uh uh court.
I
Um
could also use it.
oh, is it also bard? Oops. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
it's bard, sorcerer, wizard.
yeah, but it's only going to be used once, so like we can just have that for when we come
Yeah.
to a lock.
Nobody
We
in particular needs it.
Yeah. But court, I mean, you also have spell slots, right?
Yeah, but I I'm good. I think it'll be most useful for you if you've only got the 4 slots. Like I think your magic is like more useful. Like you have healing stuff.
I do not have healing actually.
Oh fuck! Never mind.
Yeah, Arlen
I
is the
I
only
am
healer here.
I'm purely a cursor in this
How
game
dare you?
with
Banner
some
is there.
utility.
Banner can do some good, but as far as magical evocation healing spells,
True.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, I mean, if I'll take it, but this can be passed around as necessary.
mhm.
Sure.
Cool. Thank you, Ted.
Wahoo!
And I'm not particularly good at appraising, but these jewels do have value and may go a long way in trading for goods and services in the future here.
Cool. Better than the eggs, do you think?
I feel as if that might depend on the audience.
Ah.
Those little tadpole things that we saw earlier, of the little fish-eyed friend. Perhaps he might prefer an egg, but others, perhaps Sue might find this more interesting.
Oh. Okay. Cool.
You are able to wrap up your short rest. As you are finishing up, um, I don't. I assume you sheltered in the same building where you slept and had a little campsite set up. There is a knock at what is left of the door, and the same human Kai is standing there. Uh, just I just wanted to ask. We lost a lot of people to those things. Uh, Did you find them?
I nod
They
and point at Hemlock. Yeah.
they have been put to rest as appropriate a manner as I knew how.
I see. Thank you then for that kindness as well. Maybe
I am so sorry. It did not even occur to me. We found this. I will hold out the gem of brightness. It would be quite useful, but it of course, if it is belongs to you or one of your friends, it is of course yours to take.
it doesn't look like anything that belonged to us. Other other folks went in thinking they could be heroes and they didn't come back out either. So,
But I
if
am
you've
glad that nasty business is over.
maybe we can get folks back and rebuild. Um, where, if you don't mind my asking, where are you all heading at this point?
Um, well, I believe next on our agenda would be to speak with Bavlorna. Does that sound right?
I think so.
His eyes sort of go wide at the mention of at her name.
Not in
Oh,
kindness, I hope you understand.
no, it's just most most nobody in this place goes there willingly. She only really ever sees her servants, sycophants. She has a
Well,
handful
guys,
of people
yeah.
that
Yeah,
that that she follows, or that follow her rather, like
I
Agden. And
minor illusion a little guy.
he just sort of stares at it in surprise. You've seen one of her spies, then?
Caught one with our own hands.
We sent it back to her with a gift.
Okay. Well, I don't know how that'll work out, but
We will let you know.
Yeah.
good luck. Um, the most I can really offer you, if you're headed up there, um, the about a little ways east of here is a river that'll flow straight into Downfall. And if you follow it on the other side of the bank, maybe about, I don't know, quarter of the day up the bank, on the far side from this village, um you'll find an oxbow, a lake. If you don't, if you're not there'll be a bunch of water shaped like a moon, and it's at the base of a tree that's been split by lightning. Uh, Folks used to go there for hints, portents. You understand? I don't. I never really believed in it much. None of the stuff I saw ever happened or meant anything to me. Real weird stuff, kind of. But I don't know if you want to. I don't have much else to offer you, but anything I do have.
Well, that is insightful. We could make use of some divine divination. Kind of looks at everyone else and with like the nodding, like, right, right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, good luck, and if you ever come back this way, hopefully by then we'll have this place back to life again. What do you all call yourselves anyway? Do you-
Our names.
yeah,
um, that is that is Arlen and Banner and Court, and I am Hemlock.
And together we're Arlen and the Anglefish.
No, we're not.
No, no, I don't like that one that much.
It was a bold attempt.
So I am I am an angelfish.
Nope.
No. We'll think of something. It was just the first A word that came to mind.
What anglefish?
I don't even know. Okay, it wasn't the first A word that came to mind.
Right. Okay. Well, good luck. And he does have
As
to
he
wait
backs slowly
back
away from
away.
us.
Well, it seems as if that is a good place to at least gather advice, and who knows, maybe there is a creature or entity there that is in need of help as well. We seem to have done well for ourselves in simply aiding the residents of Prismere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, all except for the ones we've managed to kill.
Yeah.
But that was
You know,
helpful to others.
yes, you win some, you lose some.
All
Well,
right.
shall we?
I was going to say what time of day it is, but that's not how that works. But I guess I do have keen mind.
You all had set out from this village in the morning, air quotes morning, on what should be body time a morning after your rest. So it has only actually been a couple of hours, probably 3 hours, including the long rest and travel time. I'm sorry, short rest and excuse me, travel time. So it would feel like it's about somewhere between 11 and 1. It's midday, air quotes. That's not gonna get annoying or anything, game.
We certainly
You've
have.
had a nice snack, little lunch going,
Yeah.
How dare you?
a little
Oh.
banner.
Oh no. Well, if we're feeling well enough, we might as well follow those directions.
Yes, absolutely.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
plan.
And so, with fresh determination, you set out from from the remains of this village. The two families that are still holding on here wave you off and once again shout their thanks for dealing with the spider threat that has been hunting or had been hunting their home. The realm of Hither is as it has been pretty much every other day you've been here. The water levels continue to rise and fall, and you're able to slog along through the higher muds when the water becomes too much for the smaller members of your crew. The air is hot, it is humid, it is um, pungent. Yeah, I mean, you can practically taste the marsh smells. The air is full of insects, both buzzing around and biting. The trees and their sort of um, not sparse, but like patchy branches don't offer much in the way of shade from the sun that despite being caught in a twilight, still seems somehow incredibly oppressive. Just the sunlight hitting you is it just makes the humidity a bunch worse. You do travel for um, a solid 3 hours or so, um, with Jevik sort of guiding you around some of the the thicker or deeper pits of mud until you do find an oddly clear portion of what was once part of the river. I don't know how many of you know how oxbow lakes are formed. Geology is an awesome class. It's basically a piece of the river where the bend eventually cuts off part of the river, and the water is still there, and you have this crescent moon shaped lake that that remains as part of the river. And where the river that you have been following, because of the rising and falling water levels and the rushing of the water, has a sort of um, dark and very opaque as the water picks up silt and sediment and sort of browns out. In contrast, this lake is clear. The sediment has all settled to the bottom, and um, because the O wells don't really gush into it, it it remains oddly out of place almost. There is still a certain brackishness to the water because it is. I mean, you are still in a swamp, but this is at least slightly more pleasant and beautiful to look at. In Nestled in the crook of the crescent, if that makes any sense, um, you can see the the lightning blasted hunk of wood that Kai referred to. It is it looks odd. It is split nearly in half right down the middle, clearly blasted by lightning. Neither half seems to have survived, but it has somehow managed to, either through some sort of magic or purely the um, determination it had while it was alive, neither part has actually fallen completely to the ground. There is a sort of thick canopy of barren branches, which cast a sort of spotty shade down over parts of the river, despite the lack of leaves. There are a number of birds up in the branches, and you can see nests and even with this tree sort of blasted in two, there is an oddly serene feeling to this particular area.
Can I cast detect magic as we descend into the valley?
You can.
Great.
The water does radiate a certain fairly moderate to weak divination aura. The the tree itself does not radiate any magic at all. Um, what is your investigation or perception like? What's your passive perception?
Oh, there's no way that it's good. Hold on. With these stats, it's an 11.
Okay.
It's an 11. Jesus.
Given your background, however, you while you are sort of in looking around for magic, the thing that catches you is this is not, in fact, a tree. You as a person who is familiar with um, the preparation of bodies, realize that this was at one point some sort of plant creature that has been struck by lightning and killed.
Oh my god. God, that's so cool. Sorry, like, oh, sorry. That's
Yeah.
oh, sometimes there's just like really cool writing stuff. That's really neat. Okay, okay. Um,
I feel pretty
uh,
good about this.
Oh, did you write that? Holy shit, Ted!
Yeah, that's mine.
Oh my god,
Wow!
that's so cool.
Ted, your brain is huge.
Oh my
All right.
god.
Wait. All right. Anyway,
um, he'll like squint for a minute and blink a few times and like take off and clean his lens and then replace it, like trying to make sure that he's definitely understanding this correctly. Um, I don't know. Is there a way that I could like roll to know about like? Well, I guess I've seen a treant. Um,
several times.
yeah, yeah. I could I roll like maybe a nature check to like ensure that I could like confidently say that maybe that's what this is.
Yeah, I mean, I figured with your your background feature.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Actually,
nature
yeah.
check
Fuck
also
yeah.
works. One.
Hold on. Dealing with dead. Uh, uh, nope. Yes. Well, that's yeah. Um. Is that correct then? That it's a treant? I don't want to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Um. Uh. He'll say this is very peculiar and deeply romantically tragic in its own way. This isn't just a tree. This is a corpse of a living thing beyond the life of a plant. This is an, creature that once walked, presumably and possibly even a treant, like your good fellow at the carnival. He kind of like looks at Court and Arlen.
Oh my.
Yeah, Northwind
Yes.
or Candlefoot.
North. Yeah.
No, yeah, Northwind. I know who I'm talking about.
Hmm.
in,
I
in
do love a romantic tragedy.
Mm.
in any case, this is in its very least, at least a certain uh, reason for the possibility of divination. Although, curiously, I see the divination presenting itself in the water, perhaps a reflecting pool of some kind. But there might be a connection between these two things, at least one feeding the other after a manner.
Are we close enough to the treant that I can see whether or not it has a face with a mouth still?
Oh,
Uh, you are close enough to the treant to see that what I mean. This treant has been split nearly straight down the middle by a lightning
Oh.
strike. So
Ooh.
there is no singular part of like no singular face left. Much of the bark, or not bark. Much of what would have been bark has fallen away as a tree does when it uh, as a tree does when it rots. So individual parts are a little harder to discern, but it is there is enough of like, well, this looks like part of it. Get you little fucker! I got him. Okay, sorry. There was a
Oh.
gnat in my freaking room, like flying around on my monitor. Um, but you can like clearly see that this was, this part here was once part of a face. This was clearly an arm. Over here is the other hand. Um, but the damage and time have done enough to begin to wipe away some of the features of
Mhm.
what this was. Anyone who had never seen a treant before could easily mistake it for a plain tree.
Maybe it's just an unfortunate coincidence.
yes, encased in its own rapturous demise.
Does does anyone know how we would put one such as this to rest appropriately?
I, I wouldn't know any customs, but I would know only what I have been able to practice thus far.
I'm. I mean, I say by all means, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't. I think I might remember Northwind saying something about like cycles and nature and stuff, and um, I mean, people burn forests sometimes whenever they need to renew a cycle, but uh
Oh, like a
fallen
phoenix.
limbs and stuff is very important to like an ecosystem. So I mean, I think leaving them be might be
Hmm.
right.
There are a fair number of creatures that seem to have found a home in it anyway.
Very well.
Perhaps we should if there's nothing else that we can do for it here, we should turn our attention to the lake.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
I presume here would be where the portents manifest themselves, though I can't imagine how. Just his lens again.
Looking down into the lake as you adjust your glasses and sort of peer through the divination magic, Hemlock, you see a a sort of bulbous, I as if looking at you from underneath the water. You see the face of a bulbous face on a humanoid, toad-like features that you
Mm.
have seen before. As this figure relaxes in a pool of water, and miniature versions of her ladle, um, with tiny little ladles, pour water over her. One turns and points to a figure that is outside of the vision, and this larger creature that is recognizable by description, if not by sight, as Bavlorna turns and speaks to another figure. There aren't you can't hear the words, but eventually she stands up and pulls a sort of damp and not entirely clean looking shift over herself and walks out of the vision.
And does only Hemlock see this?
Only Hemlock sees that. However, continuing down the line, for anyone who is looking, you are each seeing different things.
Okay.
Um, for anyone who is looking into the lake,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
uh, Court, as you peer down into the waters, you see a tall, thin, sort of not quite gaunt figure with a large, sort of Wicked Witch of the West pointy black hat and hooded cloak, climbing a rickety staircase leading up to a cottage that looks like it is falling apart. And as they approach what is clearly the main door, there's something very peculiar. Their shadow suddenly detaches from themselves, from the rest of their form, and moves up along the walls of the house and through an open window.
Hmm.
Arlen, you see the interior of a structure. This is clearly some sort of larder or kitchen or something, and there is a small woman about your size, but considerably older, and looking somewhat more aged and kind of goblinoid. She has a leather apron that is just stained with patches of blood, and uh the even though there's no sound, you can practically feel your teeth vibrating as large iron boots clomp 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 into the ground as she picks up a a a hunk of unidentifiable meat, some sort of just big thing of flesh with a bone in it, sets it on a counter that is sized for her, and begins using a massive cleaver to chop through whatever this thing was. And Banner, um, you see a strange creature, a frog-like humanoid sitting on a very fancy chair. He is dressed in mud-stained and um, sort of shabby finery, uh, with a large tome sitting across his folded frog legs as he adjusts a crown, which is clearly not made for his huge frog head, um, a crown of lily flowers. Um, Again, like everyone else, you can't actually hear what he says, but he suddenly looks up from his book, and you can see his mouth going wide as he shouts at someone that is outside the vision.
What
You
what are you saying? Speak to me. I'll reach into the water.
Your
Oh,
hand breaks the surface of the water, and the water ripples outwards, and the when it settles again, the visions are all gone. You can see instead the sky of hither, uh, but where you all would look up and see the sort of um, the blues and purples of the twilight sky of hither, this is a clear night sky. It is it is dark with bright twinkling stars and even the edges of like a um, what are those things? Like you can see almost like the nebulas in the sky, but it's not actually a nebula on a particularly clear night. Space clouds.
The Milky Way?
Yeah, that sort of thing. Thank you. Um, that sits just under the surface for a few seconds, and then you all find yourselves looking at your own reflections.
mm, what did he did you guys see that? Did you guys see a shadow and a person or
What?
what? I I saw something.
I saw something too, but it wasn't that. I saw, well, like old goblin woman chopping up some meat.
What?
What?
Hmm. Yes, I saw one of those frog things wearing a crown of vines, reading from some tome and talking to someone. I thought they were talking to me. I asked them to speak louder, and poof, everything is gone.
Hmm.
Uh, Court, what was it that you saw? A shadow?
There was a tall person and their shadow detached and started going rogue a little bit.
Oh,
That's all I
good
really
lord.
saw.
Uh,
Not really helpful like I hoped it would be, but
well, not decidedly indicative, but it is helpful. It might not point us in the right direction, but perhaps at some point that, well, if other people are seeing portents and at least visions of some kind, truth or no, that is valuable. I myself saw Bavlorna speaking with someone I could not see. Um,
And no one saw a little gnome?
Sorry, Banner.
Hmm. This
no
is
little
disappointing.
gnomes.
We may yet find use of these portents. Let's see, you said a shadow of a giant, sorry, a giant shadow or a shadow of a giant?
No giants, just a tall person.
Just tall, all right, a large shadow, then detaching itself. Um, and so then a goblinoid person, woman.
Yeah, woman, older, like my height, chopping up some kind of meat. There were also footsteps, very loud footsteps.
You guys think it's a riddle and like these are the puzzle pieces?
I wonder if these are other sisters of the Hourglass Coven.
Whoa.
But we wouldn't know that until we found someone who had encountered any of them, and the only one in hither who has seen any of the ladies of yon or thither would be Bavlorna.
Yeah. Do you think this lake tells time?
It
Like,
was
do you think
actually
it's
what
nighttime?
I well, it is not. If we were to reckon by our time leaving the material plane, then we are precisely about 7 hours before nightfall. Presuming, of
Oh,
course, that the hours here would be equatable to the hours there.
hmm, weird.
Curious, though, I wonder if these visions are concurrent, futuristic, or even of the past.
Mm, fictitious, Could be anything.
Correct?
Oh. Thanks, I guess. I kind of holler at the water.
Well, do we want to press on and perhaps get to Downfall sometime this evening? Or do we want to perhaps make camp here, take some time, and resume tomorrow morning so we arrive fresh?
Um, Up to you guys. I feel fine, but I didn't I didn't take any hits or I'm not tired, but like, how are you guys?
I've not exactly lived a particularly athletic lifestyle, but I think the fresh air is doing me well. I feel as if I'm equipped to continue on.
Yeah, I mean, I've used about half of my magical ability so far, but I mean, we should be fine.
Wonderful.
Ooh.
Then we should press on.
Let's
And
go.
as we say that, I'm going to walk over to the corpse of the treant and find what I presume is one of its hands, and I am going to take the dandelion that I received at the Witchlight Carnival out of my little pouch of tobacco where I've been keeping it and put it in its hand and fold it up and then head off.
I'll read a little poem to it, but I will not actually spend the time to do that right now.
You tuck the dandelion into the fingers of this, the remains of this treant. Surprisingly, as you bend its fingers, they don't crack or anything like that. They do just close around the stem and hold it in place. Uh, Once the poem has been read, and there has been a few more moments during which it definitely sounds like much of the wildlife here has even gone quiet with you. You once again shoulder your bags and set off along the riverbank. The going is um, it becomes slower and slower as you begin to as you continue down the river. The water level s- begins to slow its changes and spends more and more time at the higher levels of water, where you are sort of forced to walk upon the earth that is summoned to you, is summoned to your feet. It is approaching probably what by material planar reckoning would be early evening. Um, Probably it would be about supper time when you begin to spot in the distance the definite signs of a structure of civilization. Um, the the first sign that you get is uh, is a large tower sort of peeking out through fog that stands about much like the fog that surrounds other parts, this sort of blocks anything and and limits your vision to about 20 feet away from you at any given time. You can see through, you can see shapes beyond that. It's just not particularly um, clear. It's hard to make out. But as you um, find yourselves coming to the of um, edge of the land and looking out into what would be a mist covered lake, the gonna just take you to the map. You're not gonna see anything because I haven't put your tokens on, and that just now occurred to me.
Woo.
Ooh, ooh, big map.
It's a huge map. I wish I
Oh,
could. I think I can. The unfortunate part is they combine two map. Wait, hold on. I surely have a handout. Let me get your tokens down, and then I'll look for a handout. Oh, it would help if I put myself on that map. Uh, Now this one is scaled a little weird, so I apologize. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to. I'm going to set you all down real quick.
oh my God.
Ooh.
I'm going to get rid of
Wow.
my friendly testing beholder, and then I'm going to drop some light on the top part because this is great and I want you all to see it. Let me know if you can't. I just put that on the token layer instead of on the lighting layer. I don't like the way they did this one. I should have done this ahead of time, but that's okay.
Hmm.
Are these popping up? Can you see if you go to the let me shift ping. It's not pinging. Oh, because I'm
You got this, kid.
Um, the top like rectangle is still blocked. I think like
oh, there's a line. Why would they
yeah,
do that?
It's usually to like section off if there's like levels of a map.
Yeah, this isn't.
yeah. I think I've had some in Icewind that are like that just cut off like a section that's really just like some cool artwork.
It is cool artwork.
What
Yeah,
the
you're
shit?
right. I can't. Why can't I grab this line? I need to zoom in.
You could just drop us some other
There we
tokens
go.
on. Oh yeah, there we go.
Wow.
That's why. Yeah,
Ooh.
why would they do that?
Yeah, I don't
Dramatic
know.
reveal. Oh, and
Mhm.
just so you know, the names on the
Yep,
maps. There you go.
yep.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
Welcome everyone to
Wow.
Downfall. You come out onto a small spit of land that is overlooking the this large lake. The mist, the mist actually blocks the first like 10 to 20 feet of everything off the river, but you can still see the top of this structure, a conical um, um, slate roof poking out through the mist. There are a number of things moving around. You see all kinds of these frog-like humanoids banner that look similar to the one you saw in your vision. And while you are still on the edge, sort of the fog cloud, and before any of these individuals that I plopped you down next to on the map, before you have actually reached them, Jebek does turn to all of you. Well, I did get you here. You sure you want to go through with this?
I mean, yeah, we don't. I don't know about you guys, but I don't really have anything else to do.
Ditto.
Well, most definitely, this is where Harold was headed.
It's all right. You've done well enough, Jebek. This is more than sufficient, and you've helped us quite a bit up until now as well. This is good. Good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my God, no, be safe. You know, you
I
don't have
wish
to. Yeah.
I wish you all luck. I will I will probably head back to the the tree. I'll see what I'll see what Drivik and um I'll see what they're up
As
to, and I'll see if I can get them to rebuild that village we found to help.
yes, that is good. Yes.
Yes, it would be wonderful.
Hmm.
Stay safe, and if you come back through, well, don't be a stranger. Hopefully, the next time we see you all, and she looks sort of meaningfully at Arlen. Hopefully, we have something a little more impressive and appropriate.
Well, don't feel like you have to impress me, but I look forward to seeing what can be built. The world's a forge.
Is that the saying?
With a last wave, she turns back the way you all came, and begins sort of hopping down the riverbank. Uh, it only takes a few moments before she is swallowed up by the fog. I'm just how far can you all see? Is how much of this is visible? I should have just bought my tester.
So they do
Okay,
a weird thing with like trees and stuff where they put the dots there so you can't
yeah,
see through the trees, but it looks like all the buildings that exist are walled, which is good.
okay.
Yeah.
I just meant more like if this was in daylight mode or not. I think I did because yeah, okay, it should be on. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Um as you say goodbye to Jebek and turn back around as she walks into the fog, this area, the water here does not look like it has gone down in some time. The ground you are on is still muddy and thick with the roots of mangrove trees, but the water here moves fairly rapidly into this lake. And most impressively, here, this weird looking thing looming above a ramshackle wooden pier is a balloon anchored by four thick ropes tied around wooden posts driven deep into the mire. The balloon's bladder expands and sags at regular intervals as gas fills it briefly before leaking out through numerous tears in its patchwork fabric. Um, a a bullywug, a humanoid frog with large yellowish eyes, dressed in um, m- very dirty, what we would think of as like Victorian finery. Like he's got a coat with tails on. He's got long tapered pants that are tied around his ankle. He doesn't have shoes on, but he does have like a waistcoat and a big neck ruff on. Um, he is standing near the top of one of the ladders using a an absurdly large needle that he sort of wields. You know, we might use a needle in a couple fingers. He's using it almost in two hands to try to sew up to try to sew patches onto this massive balloon. And another bullywug dressed in similar dirty finery is standing at the base of the ladder, which is leaning against this balloon, attempting to steady it. And there are three giant frogs, sort of tied like we would tie a dog to a post. They are tied with um, comically large collars around very bulbous frog necks as they swallow up much of the insect life that is buzzing around here.
Huh.
The um the bullywugs are the ones that look like the creature that was in my vision. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
The
Um.
sort of frog-like humanoids who also, I guess you all would have seen Wigglewog, who
Mhm.
escaped, who assisted in Talavar's escape, was also a bullywug.
Mhm.
Mm.
Eh,
I will approach the bullywugs, and I will be asking, uh, do you have a friend who was a clown with the made of the vines and perhaps a big book that he likes to read either to himself or to others?
The bullywug that is steadying the ladder turns to look at you, which throws the ladder off balance a little bit, and the guy at the top sort of fumbles into the balloon, and the one on the bottom looks at you with a little bit of surprise. Um, at whatever he was clearly very engrossed in this particular task, and he looks at you. Sounds like you should talk to the king. That that's Gullop. And he takes one hand off the ladder to gesture vaguely in the northeast direction. He's in his court. Just follow along that way. And he points off then towards the path on the ground that leads away from this pier.
So, like this path here.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Oh well.
Did they say Gullop?
Yes, I believe they did. Does this name mean something to you?
No, it's just a curious noise.
All right. Well, off to Gullup we go, I guess.
Yes, unless anyone has another idea.
No, of course not asking questions. He's just going.
Well, thank you very much for your assistance. Anything you would like us to tell Galap?
Tell him we'll have the balloon ready soon.
Absolutely. Good luck on your repairs.
Kurt, hold on 1 second.
Oh shit! Sorry. Fuck. Sorry.
Um,
I
the
got
the
excited about crossing the rocks like
Hip
video
hop,
game style.
hippity hop.
this row of boulders is they're about 2 feet apart, so you do have to kind of hop to them from stone to stone. You can't just step. Um, even Banner. Most of them are sunk pretty deep the into the muck, but as you reach towards the middle and land on what is one of the widest and flattest of the stones, it's the easiest to land on right up until it moves under your feet.
Oh shit!
And you land, and then the stone lurches uh upward about a foot, and um a
Can I
did
backflip off of
it
it?
give me, yeah, it did. A you absolutely can. There is a large
Okay, I do
sort of
it.
stony face as uh this guy pokes his head up.
Oh,
Hi.
would you like to travel
Everybody's
with us?
just so rude, stepping on my head.
Oh my
How dare
goodness!
you?
I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't realize you were there. I am so sorry. Your very chiseled appearance had me mistaking you for something you are not. Very solid and handsome, though.
Make a persuasion check for me. His old appearance. Is that a rock joke? That You step on me, then you make fun of me.
No, no,
I ought to drop you into the river.
it was just a comment on your handsome appearance. What's your name? I'm Court.
I'm
Uh,
Igni.
Igni?
Mhm.
It's nice to
Yep.
meet you. Court
Uh-huh.
beams and does a little twirl
I'm
and offers out his
sure it
hand.
was uh, sure it was nice to meet my head with your feet.
Well, it's nice to properly meet you. I'm very sorry. He does the twirl again and offers his hand out again.
Will you sing?
Sing? I'm not a
If you're
singer. I'm
if you're sorry, I like I like singing.
are any of you particularly good? Uh
I I have got to imagine that Alan, with all of his storytelling experience, must know one or two that is set to a tune.
yeah, is it all right
Um,
if my friend sings a tune for you? I'm not the best. I'm not the best song miser.
I guess.
Arlet, Arlet, come sing a song. Come sing a song. Come sing a song.
I'm not really much of a singer.
Sing a
Oh, okay,
story. Sing a
okay,
story. Sing a story right now.
okay,
A wee
okay.
away, a wee 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 away.
Banner, make
I
me a
am.
persuasion check.
Oh, that's actually going to be interpreted as actual action. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was
Uh,
Banner suddenly
oh no,
singing.
no, I was just fucking around.
Okay,
I apologize.
that was Banner. My bad.
Right.
Um, Arlen will start. Arlen will cast. First up, guidance on myself. And then I will minor illusion a little like chorus of ghosts. To
Yeah.
just kind of like vocalize, though they don't actually vocalize. Oh, I could also cast prestidig. No, can prestidigitation make sounds?
Yes, it can,
Yeah.
but I believe
Faint musical
illusion might
notes.
be concentration, so
It is
guidance.
not.
Is it not? Oh,
No. So minor illusion, a little chorus of ghosts, and prestidigitate some like faint musical like vocalization, and then not really any like lyrics to it because Arlen is not great on at thinking on the spot. But he'll like sing a little uh um like Louis Zong's Ghost Choir kind of thing.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh.
You can make me a persuasion or performance check, either one.
Okay. Guidance.
Can I assist in performance, doing a little dance?
Sure. If if Arlen would prefer performance over persuasion, absolutely.
Well, up to if it's up to you, Tyler.
Uh I have a 7 in performance but a 10 in persuasion.
Okay, go
But
for it, King.
but advantage is worth a little more since I already have guidance. So we can do a little
I
performance.
will. I will assist you in persuasion, which I
Banner does a
am
little dance.
proficient in. Yeah. Do a little dance, drink a little wine.
Make a little line, get
The
down tonight.
thank, thank you, Oliver. Thank you.
As much as a rock can be said to smile, you can see this stony face uh, sort of there new cracks appear in the surface of this rock as it smiles, and you can see sort of waves from below where perhaps one of its feet is tapping underneath the water. All right, that's real good. Go ahead. And with a few brief bubbles, this creature sinks back below the water. You could and you can step on his head
I
to
step
get
over
to.
his head. I jump. I make a running front handspring leap to get over his head. But I catch that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you make it over. He's not trying to bother you or anything.
Thank you, Igni. Oh, okay, Showa. Okay. Wow.
Hemlock creates or rather summons a new sort of rock, and sort of creates a bypass for where this creature Igni is nestled. And as you're walking over Hemlock, you do see a pair of dark brown but still somewhat shiny eyes as this creature peers up at somebody who is uh, summoning more rocks to his area.
A little uncomfortable wave.
And you can all get past the the rock bridge here. Okay, I'll just okay, let's
Okay,
move you all,
okay.
but you good.
Oh, you do it, Ted.
Yeah, move all of you just to get you over there real quick. Banner, you're not in the water. I just need to.
Mhm.
There we go. Uh, Crossing over, there is a large wooden structure on stilts, about 4 or 5 feet above the surface of the lake, topped by a thatch roof with not just multiple holes in the thatch, but clearly there is smoke coming out of not just the holes in the thatch, but some holes in the walls as well. Um, Whatever windows might be here are completely coated in soot and so are no longer um, transparent. You can't really see through them. Uh, with the last sort of odd feature being on the lakeside, and you would have seen it as you were crossing the stones. There is a large clothesline that extends from the outer wall of the structure into the mist in the center of the lake.
This is this is where the uh, Gollop fellow. Yes.
Yeah, Banner's just charging up the stairs. Is there a door here?
There is a door.
Yeah, Banner's just charging up and knocking on the door.
The door actually swings open at your knock when you put your fist to the door, and the room inside is a just absolute mess. The furniture is tipped over. It is charred. It is ruined. There is a hazy smoke hanging over scattered piles of burned and broken shelves, intermixed with whatever was on those shelves at some point. And most notably, another one of these bullywugs in a thick leather smock uh, is scurrying around the room with a bucket of water. And the water is just going everywhere as he is chasing what appears to be a single piece um, of coal. This coal is on fire and moving around on two little dark legs. Think like the little coal spirits from Spirited Away. That's kind of what you've got here.
uh, my apologies. Would either of you perhaps be Gullop?
The bullywug uh, manages to slosh about half a bucket of water towards this coal, which flickers momentarily and then um, flares bright again as it leaps onto the remains of a chair and sets the chair on fire.
What?
And the bullywug in the leather apron looks up at you frantically and croaks out in, does anyone speak Sylvan?
Indeed, I do.
Arlen, you are able to understand him saying, "The king, the king's on the next island. I'm Duke Ikrin. Grab a bucket. We have to put these fires out."
This is the king. This is the duke. He wants us to help him get some buckets to put out the fire and probably catch that coal thing.
Are there any more buckets?
There are, in fact, on the workbench directly in front of the door, there are 3 buckets, 2 of which are filled with water. The last one is empty. We are going to go ahead
Oh,
and go into initiative.
fight the fire.
Have you selected? So if I get that, okay, good. Sorry, this encounter makes me laugh so hard. That's everybody. We sort descending. Court. The the smell of freshly burning wood as this piece of coal stands on a chair um, very quickly begins to fill your nose as the chair catches in front of your eyes.
Oh my.
Wait, do you see the coal? Yes. Okay, that's the. Sorry, I'm just moving something on the GM layer. Continue.
uh, can I attempt to use means of prestidigitation on this thing?
What are you trying to do?
To snuff out this 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 little menace.
The little coal would is a creature, so it would be immune. You could put out the fire that is starting on the chair.
Um, okay, I will do that.
Grabbing one of the buckets, or oh no, you using prestidigitation. You even said that.
Yes.
The fire sort of goes out with a faint, um, with a single like wisp of smoke that goes up, and the coal sort of that is standing on the chair. It doesn't have a face, but it still does that sort of slow turn to look at you as though it would. If it had eyes, it would. You're pretty sure it would be narrowing them at you right now.
I'm just imagining like a little object, like a potato turning just so slowly.
Bonus action or movement.
Uh, no.
Right. The bullywug who is there races over to the bench where the buckets stand. He throws the now empty bucket in his hands onto the ground, picks up the one of the 2 full buckets and attempts to slosh it onto the this coal that is still sitting on the chair, and he steps in what is clearly the water from the 3rd bucket and just slips, falls onto the ground, and spills the bucket everywhere. Oh, they're going to execute me. Hemlock, you're up.
Okay, I think I need to get in to see. Ah. In. There we go. It's this. It's this. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's the little thing that says coal.
Oh, I'm so zoomed out, but now I
Yeah.
see that it has some tiny script. Oh my god. Um. um. Oh god. Did you know that I have a lot of make fire cantrips?
So your plan's just to burn everything down so he can't tell the difference. Be like, yeah, it's gone.
I think I'm going to do what I'd planned on doing that court proved effective. Actually, is there more fire around, or is just this little guy?
These are the sources of the fire. The building is charred, but is
Uh,
otherwise out right now.
okay, so no need for prestidigitation. Okay, then I'll Eldritch blast it, I guess. Oh my god!
Take that, you little piece of coal.
Do I have 2 attacks? I don't remember. What level are we?
Yeah,
Yes,
you
yes.
do. However, the first one slams into this lump of coal with legs and just blasts it into little tiny fragments, and its little legs disappear in a little wisp of smoke, and it stops moving.
Kind of huffs, like as if that felt like an exertion. Is
Anything
that
else?
is that it? That's
The Duke looks up from where he is, spread out on the ground, and just sadly gestures towards the back of the shop behind this wall. This is a wall, right? That should have been a wall.
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Okay, good.
I'll just
Uh,
reach down to help him get up.
We're still in initiative. Sorry.
Okay.
so yeah, that's it for
You,
me. Sorry,
I would say you do have movement. You have bonus action.
that'll be it for me.
Okay. Arlen.
Okay. Arlen's gonna rush over around the corner. Oh shit! There's like 3 more of the fuckers. And I'm gonna like leap at this one and try to like grab it and like catch it.
Okay. Make an athletics check. Make a grapple check.
Haha, that's actually only a 17.
Okay. It can resist with acrobatics, which of course it's trained in. You leap at this lump of animated coal and close your hands around it. You have it grappled. It is incredibly hot.
Oh hot! Fuck! Oh shit! Can I try to throw it in a bucket?
There is the one bucket left. If you have movement, you can easily drag it and just plop it in there.
Let's see. I used 20, so I have 10 left.
Yeah, this is not big enough to require you to move at half speed. This is like I said, it's about the size of a softball. It's a lump of
Okay.
coal.
If I move here, am I close enough to get to a bucket?
Yeah, the bucket is the last bucket is next to Duke Ikrind on the ground. That's certainly close enough. If you're in
Sweet.
that
I will
spot.
like hot potato juggle this thing and like toss it in this bucket.
The water begins to hiss and steam. Roll d6. It is still squirming and struggling, although not nearly as forcefully as it was before.
I was just trying to like hold it under the water, like drowning.
Oh my god!
But that's it for my turn.
It will try to escape your grasp,
Uh-huh.
but I'm pretty sure it's gonna stay put.
I don't know.
If you
My
can make-
athletics is pretty bad.
you hold on to it. Your hands do hurt. This does burn. because this is a literal on fire lump of coal.
Just in
Uh,
boiling water.
all right. From the back of the shop, you can hear the sounds of things crashing around and the fresh smell of wood catching and burning. Um, but I don't know if anybody can see back there. Banner, it is your turn.
All right. I was approaching our friend on the ground here to extend an arm. That's 5 feet. That's 10
Mhm.
feet. And then I hear Arlen scream that there's more around the corner. So that's 20. Oh, yeah. Look at that. And I will. I'll try and grab this guy.
Okay. Make a grapple check. You manage to simply reach down and wrap your hand around this piece of coal, and you have it grappled. Uh, Once again, it is hot. It is
Yeah.
very hot.
Um. Is there anything around me that? Well, actually, you know what? Forget it. It's hot. Um. Uh. I'm gonna like clap my hands together.
Okay, that'll hit, and you shatter this thing. There is the sort of snap of the stone and of the
Mhm.
fire hitting an air pocket, and its little legs vanish and disappear.
And I'll take my last step of move. Actually, I'll take my last step of movement right where it was.
Bonus action or no?
Nope. That's it.
Okay, Court, you're up.
All right. Let's go see what's going on in here. Is the cold token that's here, is that
That's the one
uh
that Arlen has held into the final bucket of water. There are 3 buckets of water, or 3 empty buckets, one on the bench and 2 on the ground.
okay. And the one that is has water in it is occupied.
That is a way to put it. Yes.
Um, I'm just gonna come around here and are there any active fires?
Yes, underneath each of these other coals is a bit of fire that is starting to catch. I think you can see that guy back there.
Yeah,
He is standing on the sort of remains of a barrel, and the barrel is starting to go up.
I will extinguish that. Prestidigitate that.
The fire goes out with a pop, and once again, the coal, this time, instead of doing a slow turn, it does just the sort of rapid hamster turn, and two little red embers stare right at you. Anything else?
Nope.
Um, he, the Duke extricates himself from the ground, picks up a couple of the empty buckets, and runs out of the building and begins to fill them in the lake. And luck.
Okay. I'm sorry. This one is the one that Arlen has? Is that right?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. And it's just holding it under the bucket of water.
correct.
Okay, that's insane. I just just checking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And now we are in enclosed room. This one,
Hmm.
I'm going to pick it up with a mage hand.
Okay. It's
Okay.
certainly light enough.
Okay, great. Hold on. Now I gotta remember how much I can move it with how much I can move. Let's see. Because what I would like to do, although I don't know that the spell will allow me to, at least yet, is to just bring it outside and drop it into the water outside.
You can move it up 30 feet each time you use it.
Okay. So if I go, okay, I can't quite get there, but I can get it to tragically right where Arlen is. And then move a little bit back so I can see where I'm going. Okay. Yep. That's my turn.
Okay. Arlen, roll a d6 for me.
I'm half expecting these d6s to be like, okay, and you take 4 fire damage.
No, you actually do take 2 points of fire damage from holding onto this thing for a full round, but the damage, I guess that's actually 1 point because you have your hands tucked into the water, and this
Boiling
coal,
water.
it's hot. It's not quite boiling, but the coal in the piece of coal in your hands does stop struggling. It does stop moving, and there is a single bubble
Sweet, coal. I'm
as
gonna
the
stick it in
yeah.
my pocket.
It is your turn.
Okay. I'll come back around the corner. 20 feet, 30 feet. Oh, they're all over the place. Okay, my hands freaking hurt.
Why did you grab it with your hands?
Well, I don't have like an oven mitt. I mean, I don't think I could do psychic damage. These are coals. I'm gonna try it. Mind Sliver at this one next to me.
It seems to pay you absolutely no mind.
Okay, yeah,
No
that
pun
didn't work.
intended, but
They don't have minds, guys. They don't have minds.
anything
No
else? Bonus
offense. I
action?
mean,
Anything?
he looks down at the coal. I will cast. I will give Bardic Inspiration to Banner. And that's it.
Uh, the coal next to you clearly does take some sort of offense because it basically runs into you, and you take 1 point of fire damage.
Oh, come on.
The other one is going to charge over to the stairs and attempt to run into you, Banner.
Mhm.
That will not do it. That is a 9 total. The stairs that this flame is on do start to smolder, but have not quite caught on fire yet. Hemlock, the one that you have held is trying to escape your grasp. If you could make me a spellcasting check.
Sure.
Oh, that's probably not going to do it. Never mind.
I'm just gonna roll a
Yeah,
Eldritch
like a
Blast.
charisma check.
Oh, a charisma check or a spell check.
Charisma check. Sorry.
Okay.
Basically, the version of a grapple check for your hand.
Okay.
That's still enough. It squirms and wiggles, but cannot set your mage hand on fire and cannot seem to escape. Banner.
All right. Yeah, this coal that just jumped out in front of me is going to startle me a little bit, so I'm going to try and swat at it.
That will hit. You swat it into the one of the walls, and it bursts apart into a shower of tiny little coal fragments.
Fantastic. And I will walk down here and do the same thing to this guy.
That will miss. You go to swing out at this last bit, and it is basically running between Arlen's legs to escape you.
All right. And yeah, I think the way Tavern Brawler works is it has to be the same target. So that is my turn. Son of a
Alrighty,
bitch.
you're up.
Um, there's this one's
Hem
still dying in a bucket.
No, that is the one that Hemlock has held in a mage hand. It's just sort of floating above the ground, and then there's you can hear a commotion from the back, and I think you can actually see Banner uh, trundle down the stairs to.
I'm gonna go out there. Mr. Guy hasn't returned with any buckets yet.
He will be back shortly. You're pretty sure.
Oh, just what's going on here?
That is the one that has run into Arlen, and Banner is attempting to squash it as well.
Ah, ah. Any fire to extinguish?
Nope. The fires that have been started back here are all out. You put out the last one that was on the crate. Everything else is
Mm.
just sort of smoldering or is done burning.
Uh, I don't. I truly got nothing.
You have seen them getting just like Banner has been crushing them, and I mean some have been thrown into the water.
Can I
Uh,
fucking curb stomp this one? Just
y-
jump in there and pop.
you 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 can attack it absolutely.
Can I try to? Can I like jump over my friends and just go? You know?
Are you trying to do an unarmed attack? Are you trying to? I mean, you can definitely leap over your friends, especially
Okay.
either
Yeah.
crawling around Banner or going over Arlen.
Yes. Okay. 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 Um, what do I roll? Y-
Uh, do you have a strength weapon if you're doing an unarmed attack? Or if you want to attack with one of your weapons, you can do that as well. Or if you want to
Mm,
try to grab it and toss it out the window into the lake, that is also an option.
I just want to stomp it.
Okay. That is a strength attack.
All right.
Uh, Similarly to Banner, this little thing is fast, and it is also complicated by the fact that it is sort of running into Arlen and very hot. You do not hit.
Dang it.
Anything for a bonus or movement? Any more movement?
Uh, no, that's all.
Okay. Uh, with the sound of webbed feet slapping onto the wooden floor, this bullywug comes back up with two more buckets of water, sets one down, and attempts to chuck the other onto the bullywug that is floating in front of him. He
In a
nails it.
skeletal hand.
Uh, Most of the water, he does get this coal a little bit, most of the water just goes straight onto you,
Yep.
Hemlock. That was and
Oh, for the love of
wi
okay.
without even saying anything, he sets down the now empty bucket and picks up the other bucket. And then it is your turn.
Okay, so this one is not extinguished yet.
Correct.
Okay, I will just drop it into that bucket then.
The one he's holding or the one that the
Yeah.
other coal piece is in? Okay.
Yeah.
You float the coal over and drop it in there. Roll a d6 for me.
Okay.
There is a hiss, there is a pop, and the water goes still. This coal is out.
Okay. I think it's my action to move the mage hand, but I will get here so I can see the last one.
Arlen,
The last one's this one next to me.
correct.
I'm just gonna try to stomp it out.
All of us
Okay.
just stomp circle.
That's an unarmed attack.
Okay. Don't have an unarmed attack built, so we'll just do a little strength check, and this will be +3. Okay. So
Alrighty, that hits.
that's 2 + 1 damage. So 3 damage from that stomp.
A large chunk of this piece of coal breaks apart. Uh, the you basically split it down the middle, and the one half of it goes still, while the other hops around on the remaining leg until another little leg pops out of the other side, and it sets itself on its feet, and it tries to run into you.
Oh, okay, well, that's it for my turn. I only have 1 attack.
Uh, It will run past you, dealing 2 points of fire damage, and jumps up onto this barrel or the crate that is court.
Mm,
Does a 17 hit?
I believe so, yeah.
You will also take 2 points of fire damage, and this crate is now on fire.
Oh boy, okay.
Banner.
Get back here. I will chase it. And I will try and swat it out.
That'll do it. And with a last crack, this last piece of coal goes out. The wooden crate that it is standing on can be easily doused.
But before it's doused, I would like to take out one of my rolled cigarettes and sort of lean down, light it, and then pat the fire out.
Nice. All right. And with that, we are out of initiative. I hope everybody enjoyed that wacky little encounter.
Lovely.
Very much so.
Definitely.
We will go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We will be back at 11:15.
All right.
I hope everybody's having a good time so far. Hope everybody's Banner, Court,
Woo!
and Hemlock.
Hey.
All right, you stand in the more than a little charred and certainly now incredibly wet uh, interior of this building. The the Bullywug, who had introduced himself as Duke Ikrand, is now sort of slumped over on the bench where the buckets were, breathing very hard and sort of panting. He picks one of the pieces of coal out of a bucket, looks at it for a second, and then just drops it back into the bucket. Well, thank you all so much. I'm Duke Ikrand. What are you doing here?
We're
Who are you?
here to see Goalie.
Who?
Gullop.
Golub.
Oh, the king. Oh. Here. Uh, here. And he reaches into one of the pockets on his leather vest, and he pulls out a small brass brooch. It is shaped somewhat like a fly,
Mhm.
but as he holds it out, you can see that its wings are on little hinges and they flutter. If the king is just across the bridge when you present yourselves, show him that. It will help you win his favor. This has been a pretty big setback for him.
Um, just out of curiosity, is he now speaking Common or is he still speaking Sylvan?
He is speaking Sylvan. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
yeah,
forgot.
Oh
No
shit! I
worries.
haven't understood a single
So,
word this
Do you
frog
not
has
speak
said.
Sylvan?
No.
You should speak
mm-mm.
so.
You're a
You're a fairy. That's
Fairies get common and one other language of their choice, I think. They don't
Yep.
get fairy, or they don't get Sylvan
hmm.
directly.
Yep.
They're part of the new sort of um, paradigm for races where
Yeah.
you get common and a language. Nobody has specific languages anymore, except the races from the PHB, which remain unchanged.
Say, Arlen, can you ask if you have seen Harold, know him about Yetor? Balding, big bushy white beard?
Arlen?
Wait,
I'll,
sorry, I was looking something up. I did not hear
I'll,
you. I am sorry.
Arlen,
Were you also
stop staring at the
Yeah,
clothes, Arlen. They are all dead.
my hands hurt.
Oh, I am so
What's up?
sorry. How rude of me. Oh no, I was asking. I cannot communicate with our friend here. Can you ask him if you have seen Arrow, the gnome about the tall and with the white beard?
Yeah, I will translate.
The, you're the first outsiders that I've seen.
Yeah, he hasn't seen anyone who isn't us who wasn't
Son of
from
a bitch.
here.
Oh, very well. Do
If he came, he would have presented himself to King Gullop the 19th. Long may he reign.
He might have presented himself to King Gulp the 19th. Long may he reign. That's quite a title. Probably Long may he reign wasn't
Probably.
part of the title.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm still recovering from King Gullop the 19th.
Right, long may he reign.
Yeah.
Curious. Insolvent. How long did the last king reign? How long? Like, is this monarchy going back very far? Like, how long?
He's been a king for like a couple weeks now. Pretty long reign as far as things go.
That's what I was thinking. Cool. All right. Well, is there anything else we can do for you? Sorry, your house is all burnt.
This isn't my house. This is the balloon factory. Those that little purple dragon and his that traitor Wiggerwog set it on fire. This has been burning for days.
Little
Finally,
purple dragon.
yeah, Bavlorna's captive.
And you are saying he set this place on
Oh.
fire?
Yeah, then they stole a balloon.
Hmm.
Well, he probably had his reasons. I bet. Probably.
Yeah. I hope he's dead, because if not, I'm gonna kill him if I find him, because I've been trying to put this out for a day.
Well, good luck in that quest. Yeah, I'm sure he's somewhere on this plane for sure.
Here. And he's still holding up the fly brooch.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. This was horrible. I'm really tired. I think I'm gonna. And he sort of pulls over. He walks over to the somewhat broken remains of a table, sets it on shattered legs, and it wobbles a bit, and he just lays down on it.
All right. Well, rest up. Good luck. Well, I don't know. I mean, bye.
This crate was damaged by one of the coals, correct?
Yeah, the top of it is slightly charred. I mean, the
Right.
crate's not like destroyed or anything, but
Right. Can I sort of like bust the side open so I can see inside?
yeah, it is full of the same sort of thick fabric that you saw the other balloon was
Perfect.
made out of.
Perfect. Huge fan of it. I'm gonna
Is this
I'm gonna
a notification, Tyler, that you can see everything?
I refresh my browser and dynamic lighting is turned back on.
Okay.
It's not anything with like the setup. This happens in every game, whether I'm a player or a DM. It'll just like I'll have like a sudden flash and like dynamic lighting will completely turn off for me. it happened once during the Granny Nightshade fight, and I was like, "Oh shit, I'm going to get in trouble," and like refresh my browser because I could see everything.
Oh my god.
Well,
But yeah, so I'm back to dynamic lighting working. I was very zoomed in on the house, anyways. I wasn't like peeking or anything.
there's is what it is.
It also happens whenever I'm DMing, and like, of course, I can already see everything, but I no longer have like the "this is what the players can see"
Oh, the
thing.
fade.
Yeah.
Got it.
So, but yeah.
I am going to light a torch, and I'm going to stick it in this crate once it's lit.
I start running out. I'm just out of there, just looking at.
There it is.
Back in common, are we burning this place down?
Well, if I had known that
What?
If I had known that Sir Talaver was the one who set it on fire in the first place, I never would have helped put it out.
Right.
I head out.
He has picked up his head to look at you both with shock in his face.
Oh, I thought he was asleep.
I mean, he didn't fall asleep instantly. He just sort of
Okay.
laid down.
I thought he didn't speak common.
Yeah, but
He
he can
is-
smell smoke.
He has been
good
speaking
point.
to you in Sylvan, but it is clear that he also can understand common.
Huh. Well,
I'm leaving. This turned into a clusterfuck real fast. I gotta get out of here.
in a very like dramatic voice, shame on you, Banner. That's terrible. As I make no attempt to put it out.
He clearly didn't see you actually light the fire or anything. He just sort of overheard talking about Talavar. You guys can exit the building with no issues. You do hear a sort of strangled cry as he runs, as he smells the smoke, and then like that same sort of flap, 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 flap as his frog feet slap onto the ground.
It seems like this building just really wants to burn down, I guess. That's weird. All right, bye. So this brooch, is it just a brooch in the shape of a fly?
Correct. Its little wings are on hinges and do sort of flutter. I mean,
I'll pin it to my lapel.
making your way around the building as you can hear the last splash of a bucket of water, you come across a flat wood planked bridge which completely crosses this lake over to the next piece of island, lined by what are large pikes sticking out of the water with the severed heads of a number of bullywugs, which, I mean, just gonna briefly pull you all up there.
Nice.
There
Very
are
nice.
there are 5 of them, and standing in the middle of the bridge, at the center, there is a very peculiar looking small figure, seated with his legs dangling over the bridge, facing the severed heads, and it's hard to say exactly where the voice is coming from, as this figure has no mouth, and he's sort of talking to himself and talking to the heads, and he's saying, well, Agden is the one that actually took my head. I just had to make do with this, and this is the figure. A weird sort of stuffed straw over a sort of wooden frame with metal crab claws. And he's going on very sadly and dejectedly to these heads. When you all round the building, the head on the closest end towards you all its eyes, the head itself can't turn, obviously, but its eyes shift and it stares at all of you uh, for a moment before saying, Quiet, quiet, quiet. There's guests." And the figure with this strange gourd for a head, the gourd sort of swivels in what you imagine would be this individual turning their head to face you, and they fall silent, and suddenly all five of the heads are staring at you. Well, come along here. Come, give us the latest gossip. What's going on? What's going on? We can't.
This this dude back here struggling with a bunch of little pieces of coal.
Oh, did are they? Is it still burning? Did
Yeah.
did
Of
they make
course
it
it's
out?
still burning. Of course it's still burning. He is the one that helped Tolliver to burn the place down and to escape.
Oh, so Talavar made it out then. Excellent, excellent. I hear one of his accomplices is still sitting in prison, left behind. Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself. I am King Nulltop the 16th.
Hmm.
And you are?
Court.
Pleased to meet you. I would shake your hand, but well,
I am Banner. This is Arlen and Emlock. Together we are the Witchlight Roadshow. Huh? Huh? Maybe not. We are trying.
as I said, I'm King Nulltop the 16th. Next to me here, this loser that I deposed. I'm Duke Togink the Eighth. I took out Spath the Second here, and they go down, and they all they introduce themselves as Spath the Second, Zugloff the Fifth, and Droglif the 10th.
Huh.
And how long did you each reign in this bog?
The one that has identified himself as Spath the Second. I ruled for an entire month, longest reign of any monarch. I mean, could be worse. We could be Molov the 16th. There wasn't enough left of him to put on a pike. Ha ha!
Hmm. Yes, I suppose that could be worse. If you don't mind, we actually wish to speak with the remaining king. That is all right.
Yes, yes, straight across. Gullup the 19th. He won't last another day.
You know, you mentioned that Sir Tolliver had an accomplice that is still in prison here.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What is that individual's name?
Oh, what was it? Morgort. Yes, one of the Lily Knights.
Hmm. Might be worth speaking with that individual. Where's the prison?
Um, well, in my day, your day was months ago. They've probably moved it back. You be quiet over there. They're talking to me. You get the sense that anything these guys tell you, facilities-wise, might be out of date.
Right.
But he does say
Gotcha.
largest island. It used to dangle over the river, or over the lake rather, so that no good sleep and cages and everything. Back when I had my way.
And perhaps this is a naive question, but does someone take rulership once
once the previous king is killed? Is it those who have slain the previous who take the throne, or?
Mhm. Line of usurpers, you see.
Hmm.
I was the original king, so no, you weren't. You were a usurper yourself. You admitted it.
And this has proven to be an effective method of longevity and long rulership?
They sort of stare at you perplexed for a few seconds. Yes, if you're strong enough to take the crown and strong enough to hold it. Uh, the figure who was seated on the bridge stands up and dusts himself off. A couple pieces of straw fall out of a bag that is along his side, a little messenger bag, and it awkwardly bends down and grabs them with the giant metal claws and stuffs them back in. Stuffs the pieces of straw back into both the bag and into his shirt or into its shirt, their shirt.
Hmm.
And he as he stands, as it stands, they spin to face you, and you can hear a rattling coming from within the gourd. Um, and they sort of say in their sort of same sad voice, why do you even want to see Gullop? There's not much here. I mean, if you wait, there will be a new ruler at some point.
Well, I had a vision, and I saw this King Gallop in my vision, and I am hoping that he will be able to direct me to find my friend, who we understand has come this way. A gnome named Harold. He's about the big, and I will describe him and see if anybody has any information, has seen him or heard of him.
The sorry, it's water. As you describe Harold, the heads move their eyes back and forth in what would be a shaking of their head if it was their entire head moving. But this weird scarecrowish individual with the begins to sort of pinch the metal claws, which sort of clang a little bit. Oh, I saw your friend. He he made it. Oh, into old Slackjaw's place. Saw. Was it Gullop? No. The one that Gullop replaced. Uh, well, it doesn't matter. He's deep fried and fed to the crocodile. Anyway,
Wait,
he,
Harold is deep fried and fed to the crocodiles?
no. I'm sorry. The previous
Oh,
ruler, uh, Gullop the 19th, fried him, boiled him in oil, and fed him to the things that live in the lake.
hmm.
This, I mean, fried frog legs. Kind of a weird thing here. But
Hemlock
anyway,
visibly gags.
Banner pats Hemlock on the back.
I don't know if we caught your name, friend.
I'm Clapperclaw. Pinch, pinch. He
Clapperclaw.
pinches. Yeah, I'm from thither. Uh, I fled here a little while ago. I made it away from. Uh, I made it away from the hag there and made it here. Unfortunately, I lost my head to a bunch of bandits, and
Oh,
that's why I've got
Uh,
this gourd.
what does it look like? Maybe we can try to find it for you. Did you lose it while you were still in Fither?
No, here. Some 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 guy with a big long blue scarf. He and his buddies. They grabbed my antlers. I'm telling you, my head was this beautiful, like it was a stag skull. It was nice and clean and polished, and the antlers were sharpened, and like there was still a couple little patches of velvet, like antler velvet. It was it was beautiful.
I'm sure it was.
Now
Well,
I've got
if we can find it, we can try to bring it back to you. Do you live around here, or?
I'm I'm just wherever I guess you could say I'm between homes right now.
Well, hey, there's a village not too terribly far from here that lost a lot of residents recently, and they're looking for some new people to join the homeowners association, and I'm sure you can find a place to stay there. Uh,
That sounds pretty good, I guess. I was gonna ask Lorna if she could tell me where my head was, but honestly, after dealing with her sister, I've just been a little afraid to go into the cottage. So
yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of a out of the frying pan and into a different, similarly sized frying pan kind of
y-
situation.
you get it, you get it. Wait, what are you? What? Oh, you're here to speak to Gullop for your friend that's missing, right? I already asked you that. Sorry,
Was
this head doesn't work as well. And he bangs a claw against the gourd, and you can hear something rattling inside the gourd.
what you know what that rattling noise is? I've never heard a gourd make that noise before.
Um, something in there, I guess. And he lifts the gourd from his shoulders. You can see the top of a wooden post sticking up through the neck of his sort of patched and uh, moth-eaten shirt, and he turns the gourd over and shakes it a few times, and a copper coin plinks onto the bridge, rolls a little bit, and then like comes to rest right at your feet. He turns the gourd back over, shakes it. There's still a bunch of rattling. He just sort of shrugs and puts it back on his shoulders on the post where it was.
Well, we might have had a run in with the long scar fella. We'll see if we can get back around there, and maybe we can find your head for you. We just got some meetings and some diplomacy to do first, and but yeah, I can get a hold of you. We'll let you know if we find something.
Okay, thanks.
Generally, making a deal with a hag, you lose more than you gain. I mean, your head is important, but who knows what you'd lose.
Yeah, mostly I'm afraid she'll just send me back to her sister. So, well, okay. I'll wait to hear from you. I guess I'll think of some way to repay you in the meantime. I mean, I, I guess you could consider that a down payment. And he points with one claw at the copper coin that is under one of your toes.
Oh. I'll lean down, pick it up, flick it in the air, catch it, and put it in my pocket.
Okay. He will move enough to one side for you all to pass. Um, and as you, if you continue on, which I assume,
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
you all cross the bridge and you come upon a grand marble gazebo. It is standing on this. The ground here is soggier than the other island that you were just at. This place is uh, clearly a somewhat smaller island. The support pillars for this gazebo have already started to sink to the point where the domed roof of the gazebo is sort of crooked, and it clearly isn't resting very evenly on these pillars. A strong enough wind makes it sort of rock a little bit, and you can hear the clunk 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 of marble on marble. Uh, you go up a sort of short set of steps leading to the raised floor of the gazebo itself, where a number of bullywugs, not just the tokens, but there are a number of others, dressed in the same sort of dirty finery that you've seen from so many of the bullywugs here so far. A number of them are lounging around on pillows. They are shoving handfuls of like mealworms and other insects into their mouth. There are there are a number of bullywugs in somewhat surprisingly fancy but also still dirty plate armor standing around at various points in the bottom of the gazebo, each with um, a glaive held in two hands as they stand at attention. Their helmets are the same sort of helmets as yours, Banner, as your head.
Mm.
Um, which I know we looked up the name of that like 6 times, and I've
Six
already
times,
forgotten
yeah.
it again. Um, Standing on, or not, seated on a dais at the back of this gazebo, the farthest end from you, is a flabby bullywug. He is wearing a crown that you have seen of woven lily flowers on an ornate throne, with his legs folded up beneath him. He has a large leather book spread across his lap, and he is staring down at it. He does not look up at you as you all and walk into this sort of open air area, and then as you come even with the marble pillars, he slams the book shut with with a loud snap, and without even looking at you, he just says, "And you have no one to herald your announcement before King Gullop the 19th?"
Announcing the traveling troupe of the Witchlight Carnival, Light Edition.
Light.
He looks down at you for a moment and then sort of does that go on gesture.
Uh, Including in our troop, we have Banner, the Mighty, the Brawny and Brainy. We have Arlen, the Bespooked. We have Hemlock. And we have Court, the trapeze artist.
Hemlock bows.
Um, the individual who has introduced himself as King Gullop the 19th inclines his head very, very slightly. Welcome, welcome, all of you. Welcome to the Soggy Court. Yeah, that's not my name for it. Thanks, wizards. I am King Gullop. These are my retainers. Why have you come before me today?
Well, I have seen you in a vision and believe that you might help me.
Vision?
Yes, believe that you might help me find a friend that I have been looking for.
Vision. Do go on. Please, please, you are my honored guests. Come, seat yourselves. There are cushions, there are refreshments. Tell me more of this vision. What was I doing? Was I amazing?
Well, much as you are now. You were sitting on your throne, and you were looking in your book, and you were actually had your head turned to the side at one point and were yelling at someone. And when I tried to investigate further into the vision, it disappeared. But I have come here looking for my friend, so I assume that
this is what the vision must be about. It must be a way to help me find my friend Harold.
Who is this Harold?
Harold is a friend of mine. We understand that he came this way approximately 2 weeks ago. He is a little fella, little gnome. Very good-looking gnome. Balding, bushy hair, bushy white hair on the sides, big bushy white beard. We understand that he went towards Slectro's place.
The guest, the player, the 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 master of dragon chess. I see.
Yes, the master of dragon chess. Yes, this is the one I am looking for.
The
Well,
robot is smug.
Are you
uh,
are you an aficionado of the game?
I played a little bit. He taught me much before I ascended to my throne. He gave me the impetus to remove my predecessor.
Hmm. And what would that be, if you do not mind me asking?
Well, I mean, he taught me to play, and I saw that the game could be its lessons could be
I see.
imparted
You
on this. And he gestures to the court around him. And if I could take the king in the game, well, I could take the crown here, and I did.
well, congratulations.
Yes, well, it has not been an easy reign. You understand. I mean, you there, and he gestures to one of his guards. Bring the board. And the knight sets his sets his glaive in one arm and wanders behind the throne for a while, returning with uh, a damp and algae covered barrel on which is a somewhat dirty chessboard with
Mm-hmm.
cracked pieces. And he gestures to the spot across from him.
You would like me to play a game with you?
You are my guest. I would be my pleasure and my honor to play against one of my instructor's friends. Please, all of you, you may make yourselves comfortable.
Well,
And
I must admit I do not understand the customs here. I have been in many areas where it is considered good form to make sure that the local monarch comes out on top. Is that the custom here, or would you prefer a true test of your skill?
true test. But if you beat me, I might put your head on a pike next to the other rulers.
Well, you have nothing to worry about. You have learned from the master of dragon chess.
um,
Yeah, I'll sit down and I will light a cigarette, and then I will do my best to both crush and embarrass this guy.
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Dragon chest within, presumably.
Okay.
However long he learned from Harold, he clearly took the lessons to heart. You
Mhm.
do win, but it is not the crushing victory that you were hoping for uh, when you set out. It turns out King Gullop is actually somewhat of a shrewd player of dragon chess. And as you all are actually playing and moving pieces
Mhm.
and going through the game, Yeah, your friend was here uh, probably a couple weeks ago. He wanted to speak to Blightstraws, but my predecessor did not feel as though he had paid the appropriate respect to the crown and to us here in the Soggy Court. That is
So-
when he
Sorry, what was that name?
the Soggy Court.
No. The someone straws.
Blightstraws?
Blightstraw.
Blight straw. Okay, thank you.
Blightstraw.
Continue. Sorry.
Um, but he really needed to speak to her. So, with his assistance, I took the crown. It's been a little rough. One of Pavlorna's prized balloons was stolen, and now I am afraid there might be, well, another pike in the river soon. I intend to make sure that it's not my head on it.
I see. First, let me say, you are a fantastic player. Really have taken to the game if you have only, in fact, learned it a few weeks ago. I am most impressed. Now, you say that you are concerned that another pike with another head may be imminent, and you are intent on making sure that that head is not yours. Why do you think that this will happen, and how do you believe that you will safeguard yourself from meeting the fate of the previous monarchs?
I worry because of the recent theft that perhaps excuse me, Blightstraw is unhappy with my services and my reign, and if she were to withdraw favor from my claim to the Lily Crown, well, it would signal to anyone who might usurp my throne that my position is weak. And in fact, I have in I have confirmed the uh, that the hag is upset, and he gestures to the book that you had seen him reading.
Hmm.
This is hers. It came into my possession. I did not steal it, of course. The rules of Prismere, of course, being what they are. But I wonder if I might impose upon you. You see, only members of the Soggy Court may speak to Bavlor.
Hmm.
I dubbed your friend, uh, Harold, one of the Knights of the Soggy Court, and
So,
sent him on to speak to her.
and you have not heard back.
He wanted to move on. I suspect that Bavlorna sent him perhaps to one of the other sisters or all the way to the palace. I need to get this book back to her. It's her possession. It belongs with her. If you would do that for me, I can induct you into the Soggy court, so you would be allowed to speak to Bavlorna.
Well, it certainly is a gracious offer. Do you mind if I consult with my cohorts?
Sorry, I forgot to pop this up.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I've had
yes.
this.
Oh, look
I've
at
been,
that little guy.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
I've had this sitting on my thing. I forgot to pop it up to you all.
Look at his alligator. Or crocodile.
Crocodile, little crocodile.
Yeah.
The bubble monocle. I'm losing my mind.
Well, might I consult with my cohorts before accepting such a generous offer?
As he knocks over his king in defeat and pets the crocodile next to him with his other hand, he gesture wi- he gives you the like go ahead gesture.
Mm.
Be my guest. I will be awaiting your response.
Well, what do we think?
Mhm. I have become quite confused. I will be very honest, Banner.
Hmm.
It would appear that we are not allowed audience with Bavlorna unless we are members of the Soggy Court.
So
Yes, and
is it like a back and forth thing? If we deliver this, we come back here and then Banner's knighted and then we go.
I mean, it kind of seems like we agree to it now, and then we get knighted, and then we can go. By the way, I'm just real quiet. I'm actually gonna use the message. Can't wait. Do I have message? Does Arlen have message? No, I don't. Damn it. Okay. Um, I'm going to just like real quiet whisper to you guys. Someone passed a little note to me. Something about a revolution. Oh,
Oh, dear
saying
God.
Do we have to kill
for
this
us to.
dude?
Well, the note just wants us to find someone named Illig, the Baron of Muckstump.
Oh
Maybe we
boy.
should pursue that and see. I don't know. Maybe this king's not like. I don't know.
He's in with cahoots with Bavlorna, right? Don't we want to get rid of her?
oh, yes, I mean, I absolutely want to get rid of Bavlorna.
Do we need
Um,
an audience with her to do that, or can't we just
well,
do that?
I believe two things. One is that if we are allowed to have an audience with her, it will make it easier to get to her, to end her. And two, uh, it seems to me that this book that Gallup has is probably very interesting. And I know Banner in particular, you are a connoisseur of stories. Perhaps there are some interesting stories in there. And Emlock, you um, have some very interesting magical abilities, and perhaps there's something in there. So I must be clear. I want to. Well, I should be quiet about it, but I am not at all interested in playing ball with and supporting the current king, despite what a beautiful and creative Dragon chess player he is. Um, but it seems like it might make our lives easier in terms of ending Bevlona's terrible reign over this place.
I do not believe we have enough time to continue discussion. I think we merely must make our decision. I think our decision should be to acquiesce.
Yeah, I trust you guys, so
Very well. I will accept his offer. King Galep, very kind of you to grant me counsel with my friends. We have decided that your offer is indeed quite generous and gracious, and we would be happy to take you up on it and undertake the task of returning this book to Beblona.
He claps his webbed hands together with a loud slapping sound. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Ah, oh, that's wonderful. And he hands over the book. He holds up the book rather, and when someone goes to grab it, he pulls it back. Wait a minute. You can't go looking like that. There's no way to represent the Soggy court. I insist. If you go if you go past my throne down here, one of my guards will take you, and he gestures towards the same guard that brought um, the chessboard out. You take them, take them over to the palace. Get them ready and get them to Blightstraw. And take Snoodle. Snoodle wants to go on a walk. You want to go on a walking, don't you, buddy?
I think my outfit is quite all right, don't you?
Or you look like a clown.
Yes. He
You can't
grins.
you can't go see the take them to the palace. Just follow this guy.
Oh,
Uh, the guard takes the leash from the king. Snoodle, the crocodile, sort of snaps at him once, and the guard moves his foot out of the way and leads you down this sort of narrow spit of land to the next island over. Looking up the hill, you can see a building which you suspect would be a jail, based on the fact that there are armed guards outside of the door, and it actually has like a barred door. Uh, I will drag you all. I gotta zoom in because there's just so many tokens. I'm gonna grab banner. I think I grabbed banner. God, I hope I grabbed banner.
Yep,
Yes.
you got me.
Um, and what you suspect might be a prison turns out to be where he is taking you, but it is not, in fact, uh, any sort of prison. This is, in fact, a very. It's probably the nicest building you've seen here, but that doesn't really say much. It is a very ramshackle building built around a very, very large tree. Probably one of the biggest actual trees you've seen in your time in hither, other than um, the Brigand's Tollway, where the giant stump was. Two of the tree's limbs reach through the walls, almost feeling like it's reaching out in a hug. And as the this knight leads you into the room here, I'm just going to drop you in there. The interior is a somewhat open floor plan. There are racks and racks of dirty, the same sort of faux Victorian slash Elizabethan clothing that all of these bullywugs have been wearing. None of it is exceptionally clean or even feels completely dry. There is also a number of bullywugs sort of lounging around, chatting in their sort of guttural croaking bullywug language. Um, the guard salutes you, closes the door behind you, and you can hear him yelp as apparently Snoodle may have gotten a piece of one of his feet. Similar to the building that you all helped put out, you can see a line, a thick rope that connects this building and connects to this building and heads off into the thick mist. Um, one of um, the oh, we
Oh,
lost we lost him. You traitor.
I don't know. Maybe you should update him or something.
I've been unexpectedly disconnected. That's bizarre. You got booted out of my server. No, no, don't do that. Don't do
It
that.
was me. I kicked him.
How could you?
Now recording.
There we go. And we're back. As the door is closed behind you, one of the bullywugs that is sort of laying around um, stands up and um, approaches you all at the doorway. No guests, are you going to see the king? Or no, the king must have sent you here. Are you going to the cottage?
Uh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you can't, you absolutely can't go looking like that. Uh, uh, uh,
Well, we've been told.
yeah, no, that's my my name is Zunk. I'll get you ready. And this bullywug in nothing you all would call fashionable begins to sort of dart around and hop around, pulling bits of clothing and
Hmm. I'd like to
doing
get myself
them.
ready if that's quite all right.
Yes, if it's might provided some privacy, I can clean up the clothing that I'm wearing. We have been spending a few days out here in the wilds.
They look visibly dejected, wander off into the lower level, and just sort of sink down into the mud.
I
Well, I
instantly.
mean, they don't speak for everyone. I would love a new outfit.
Banner is simply standing on a stool with his arms outstretched.
You posing.
Why is my Firefox suddenly throwing like 1,000 virus alerts?
Oh
Whoa,
no!
it's me.
Um, those of you who ask for assistance are eventually fitted with um, what was clearly once well-made clothing that was undoubtedly stolen from somewhere and brought here. It has not been properly cleaned since. It's not that they haven't tried to clean it. It's not that it's completely like unwashed. It's just that, they're in basically a swamp and you're using swamp water where they live. Um,
Prestidigitation.
the grime falls away from the clothing that you have been given, or your own clothing if you're sticking with your own. And this uh this bullywug looks at you all in absolute astonishment. Like the sheer thought that clothes could be clean has clearly just not ever been one that has occurred to this person.
I like look at some of the things that Court's pulling off the rack and just uh move my wand over them to clean them, and then like duck into the spare room to take to take my clothes off to clean them properly by myself.
Uh, these rooms are full of courtiers who are
Oh
all
god.
laying about, reclined on pillows, eating handfuls of insects out of bowls and things like that.
Well, that's gonna have to do anyway.
You
Um,
you you can find like a spot behind what is essentially a closet, or not a closet, one of those rolling clothes racks.
Yeah.
You make yourself a little privacy corner, but they are clearly still watching towards you, even if they're not actually like the amount of gossip going on between all of these bullywugs, and they are not being like they're being completely blatant about it. Like looking at you and leaning in to talk to each other. This goes for all of you, not just
right.
for Hemlock.
I would like to look down at one of the bullywugs that was particularly amazed by the cleaning of the clothes and just say, yes, do learn how to play dragon chess.
Know what that is, but I
Wait, you do
guess
not know what that is? Oh, unacceptable.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, it is not your fault. It is not an innate, but you must be taught. I will have words with Golub about this.
um, Court will definitely, uh, also duck behind something to change, and he spends like probably way too much time back there. Um, and when he comes back out, he has redone the entirety of his clown makeup to match the style of clothing, so that it is still he's still very much in clown paint, but it's a little more Harlequin-esque
Ooh.
and
Ooh.
and delicate. And he also, but like he picked whatever the definitely a high ruff Elizabethan, definitely. Picked whatever the puffiest pantaloons he could, just like something, just a different colorway closest to what he was already wearing.
Arlen like doesn't worry about ducking anywhere. He strips down to his little pink heart boxers and lets this guy give him any piece of clothing to put on.
Uh,
Yes,
Fluffy rabbit.
similarly, Emlock is just standing on a stool in this main room and has just dropped his coat and is just waiting for people to put shit on him.
There is no amount of like time that causes Hemlock to relax enough for like the head to toe blush to go away.
about 20-30 minutes go by, maybe even an hour. I don't think
Yeah.
anybody needs a short rest, but you could definitely qualify this as a short rest for anyone who might need it.
You get back that the bardic inspiration
Bardic
I gave
inspiration,
away.
yeah.
You find yourselves fully dressed and as clean of clothes as have probably ever existed here in Downfall. And you are being led along a sort of narrow walkway to the back of the building to a set of what turns out to be piers. And as you are walking down the piers to a set of boats that should take you over to um, the the cottage. There are a couple things that strike you, and I'm going to move your tokens real briefly so that you can see some of these things. Um, the first is a very strange sight. A a vessel of some kind is moored to one of the piers here. It is a big black balloon floating over the lake with a with a basket hanging beneath it, made of painted wicker and wood. Um, Weirdly enough, there's no balloon in the traditional sense. There's no fabric like you saw being stitched together on the far side of Downfall. Instead, there is a giant storm cloud, a dark rain cloud that has somehow been contained within um, some netting that glows with a faint energy of some kind, and set up on the pier that you can see is some sort of sign, which is um, the only part you can read above is the top, which just reads "Wondrous wares and fair fares." Um, the other thing that more immediately uh, sort of catches your attention is a procession, or rather, two processions. An individual is led out of the building here. Their hands are manacled together as they follow two guards, um, similar to the ones you saw with King Gullop the 19th. King Gullop the 19th himself is here with a number with the same sort of knightly retinue that you saw before, uh, flanking him on both sides. As he lifts a scepter, you can hear him shouting towards this towards the bullywug being let out in manacles. Um, and we have all come now to see justice dealt upon Morgwart, former Knight of the Lily, former Knight of Warts. By your assistance to Sir Talavar, you have you have condemned yourself to death.
Oh, this is the guy with the note. This is the guy from the note. Do you think we should help him?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I
Uh,
meant to mention this earlier, but it is worth noting that if we kill the king, then technically we become usurpers who then ascend. Technically, I didn't want to mention it with all the courtiers around, but theoretically that is something that we could do.
Banner's just walking over in that direction.
Oh boy.
Your Highness, we will need that prisoner.
Why?
You do not think that Pevlona would like the gift of watching the death of a traitor? You want to keep that all for yourself?
I, I mean, she doesn't normally care about our. She leaves justice to us to handle.
I believe you might want to we'll tell you what she likes. Don't presume to know what Bavlorna likes.
Oh no.
He sort of narrows his eyes at you. Which one of us has spoken to her? Uh,
Which one of us knows the most about strategy?
Go ahead and make a either persuasion or intimidation with assistance from Arlen.
All right.
This is most unusual. Normally, trial by combat would be done to determine innocence or guilt. Hmm. Hmm. This is the individual being led out in chains.
Oh.
I will burn this entire fucking place to the ground.
Oh my god, we have to save him.
All right. If you think that it will stay her ire to deal with this traitor herself, fine. She stays chained.
But of course.
You do this, you will be declared a true friend of Gullup the 19th. But I will know if you fail.
If we fail, then it will not just be this head that rolls, but the four of us as well. Come, traitor. You are with us now.
This individual eyes you with a little bit of confusion, stands up somewhat straight and speaks in a surprisingly clear voice compared to the rest of the bullywugs that you have dealt with. And she, despite her hands being manacled, draws herself up to her full height. I will go nowhere. I regret nothing of my work with Sir Talavar and Wigglewog. If I am to die, let it be here on the fields of justice.
Well, have it your way, but I will give you one chance. You can make this easy, or you can remain difficult. And I will make sure to display Sir Talavar's charm.
Her eyes go somewhat wide for just a moment as she sees the charm. And she gestures to the field where she had been being led, and the racks of pretty terrible looking, rusted and otherwise not great weapons, and says, "Death on the battlefield, you can take my body then." And she wanders over to the rack, picks up a very, very rusted and not great looking longsword, and assumes a stance. The other knights sort of begin to form a circle around the two of you, and she gives you a nod, very just barely perceptible nod, and charges at you with this sword, which she brings down, and it just shatters.
Mm-hmm.
This rusted longsword just shatters across your body.
I am going to try and grapple our friend.
Okay. Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Mm.
You grab onto her, and she immediately begins to make choking noises, even though you're not choking her at all. You just have her grappled, and with a very, very dramatic, "Wah!" all of her limbs go limp, and you're just holding this this bullywug.
And I put my head down to her, so that where an ear would be, right, is up against her mouth, right? And I'm like, just as I had planned. She is unconscious, but still breathing, so that the coup de grace can be performed in front of Pavlona.
embarrassing that she thought that she could take me in one-on-one combat. And I will throw her body over my shoulder and just start walking back to the rest of the crew.
The lot of you see Banner approaching with this knight in scuffed and dirty armor, no weapon anymore, just the hilt of this rusted, useless longsword. Well, uh, go with the blessing of King Gullop the 19th. Make sure that she understands our loyalty and all that stuff.
Of course, Your Highness.
You can file into a number of skiffs similar to the ones that you saw the Harangan using, sort of flat bottomed,
Mhm.
not very deep, almost like a rowboat, and they will row you across to the cottage.
Is there any opportunity for us to either row ourselves, right, or have any time alone so that we can try and
Absolute,
plot with our maneuver in?
absolutely. If you
Okay.
make it clear that you would like to pilot the boats yourselves, the bullywugs are more than happy to not do physical labor.
Yeah, fantastic. I'll be more than happy to do the physical labor under the circumstances.
Uh, you are let go. Roll 20. Why? Trying to scroll around. You all are basically on the
Okay.
pier there with a boat available to you. You dump, not dump. You
Right.
place Morgort's body into one of the boats, and sort of does the movie thing where they kind of pop one eye open, look
Hmm.
around, and once they're confident you all are far enough into the mist or that no one is really paying attention, she sort of sits up. Did did Talvar escape?
Yes, Talavar was very helpful to us, and we helped Talavar escape. Um, Unfortunately, your friend was killed in the escape, but Talavar is fine.
You see her visibly deflate when you mention that Wigglewog is dead. He, he was a good friend, a steadfast knight.
It-
I am terribly sorry, but I am happy that fortune has crossed our paths here, so that we can make sure that you do not meet the same fate.
What brings you all to Downfall anyway? I can't imagine you're here for the politics. This place is...
Dreadful.
Soggy.
Yes, both of those. It takes some getting used to. It is... Well, it wasn't always quite this bad, but anyway, what has brought you all here? I mean, I
Well,
appreciate that Talavar has escaped, but he couldn't have sent you here.
Mm,
Well, we are looking for things and of various value. Things of ours have been taken, presumably here, and there is also some business with the hourglass coven that we wish to resolve, if possible. Um, Suffice to say that we have known Sir Talavar, and he has looked favorably upon our intentions.
Also, Arlen got a post-it for Revolution.
Yeah. Do you know, Illig, the Baron of Muckstump?
Oh, yes, he's fancies himself as the next king. I've heard rumors he's planning a coup. I mean, I could take you to him if that's what you want. He's across on the other bank.
Do you think he would be a better ruler? I mean, it seems like this system is just inherently flawed. I mean, how do you get anything done if the ruler is just replaced every couple of weeks? I doubt that any initiative survive from court to court.
Oh no, you're definitely right. You are very, very, very correct. I'm very wise for a young Harengan such as yourself. Um, no, much like the rest of this entire place, when before the Hourglass Coven was in charge, we had stable leadership. Now we simply have a series of usurpers. I don't even know who the rightful king would be at this point, but well, most of this started because Bavlona took offense at the king who ruled when she came to be the ruler of this place, and he initially would not bow to her, so Bavlona ate him. And well, his heir, she wouldn't bow either, so Bavlona ate her and appointed, I don't even remember his name. Doesn't matter, his name will be lost to history. Much like all of these kings, if we don't get rid of Bavlorna. That's why I was willing to help Talavar escape.
Well, lucky for you, we are among the things we are here to do is to restore unity here in Prismia and return Zybilna to her previous role. And I believe, I think my friends believe, that we must remove Bavlona to make that happen. And
Mm-hmm.
based on your allyship with Sir Talavar and clearly your willingness to die to help him. Not that I have much pull, but what little I have, I think I know who I would put in charge as the next monarch once Zybilna is back in charge.
Sword in my hand, and I will help you deal with that knight. Not knight, that hag. If your goal is to get to the palace, I can't take you there directly, but if we were to steal a balloon, I am an accomplished balloon pilot as well.
Oops. We lit that on fire.
There was that balloon that was in the water that was being patched up.
Well, let me ask you,
Hmm.
do you think the chaos caused by inciting a rebellion, would that be a helpful distraction, or would it just draw the ire of Bevlana and make her more cautious?
Well, she has little care for what happens in our court so long as whoever is in charge is willing to bend to her. So I don't think it would stoke her ire, but if we wanted to steal a balloon, then I mean, the chaos caused by a coup would definitely make that considerably easier.
We'll
I
see if Mr. Duke sees then.
I am definitely all for this plan. Aren't they gonna just give us a balloon since they think we're all, hunky dory and stuff anyways?
They might.
That's not as fun. Let's go find the Baron.
Sorry, drinking water.
Mhm.
What is going? Roll, roll 20. Stop it. Stop it. I can't select tokens. There we go. So, uh, she directs you all to another pier across across the marsh. A large sort of gnarled and um, barkless tree is the main feature that you see as you come on land. There are virtually no leaves left, and the same clothesline that is tied to several buildings has been tied to this tree over to the cottage. And crossing by, there is the sound of sort of cat calls and some very clearly insulting calls out in Sylvan. Arlen, you're the only one that actually understands them as they speak Sylvan at first, and they're just insulting all of you in general. Just hey, little ears, hey, come on. Oh, look, that one doesn't even have a face. Like, I mean, it's real base stuff.
Those guys are twerps.
Yes, th- we can't seem to get them out of that blight. It's just frustrating. But I mean, they're they're trying to make you aggravated. That's all.
They're doing a bang up job. Actually, I will say, like, my initial response was to cast like a mean spell against them, but then I was like, no, you know what, Arlen? They don't actually matter. Your ears are great.
Oh, yes, are great, darling. Of course they are.
Thank you, thank you.
Sorry that they were saying anything about your ears.
Yes, they are very handsome ears.
Oh shucks.
Uh,
Hey, assholes! Why don't you take a long walk on a short pier?
you see a little sprite sort of flitter out on tiny little fluttering wings. Uh, they sort of do the thing where they turn around and smack their ass at you, like, "Come get some." Look, this guy is take a walk. Walk, who uses legs, losers.
I'm gonna cast Phantasmal Force on that one. Um, just so that it perceives all of his buddies making fun of him. Not dealing any damage or anything, but he just sees like his buddies just making japes against him.
Right. Dealing emotional damage.
You see, that is what, wisdom for Phantasm or int?
Intelligence.
Okay. Okay. You see your spell settle around this little tiny sprite, and as he's sitting there sort of smacking himself on the backside, he looks over at his companions, and you can hear him suddenly shouting in Sylvan, hey, Bitsy, Mintley, Tim Pellet, hey, shut up, hey, no, my ears are normal size, hey, fuck you, and just starts like, wrestling around, grabbing this other sprite, like pulling on his wings and pulling on, and they're like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" as you all continue by,
It was my last second level spell slot. Definitely worth it.
totally worth it. Um, Morgort leads you past a large patch of toadstools that stand anywhere between 2 and like 6 feet tall. These are huge mushrooms, um, and she's leading you down the path. And across the bridge. I'm just gonna move you down here to this one. And gestures to the door on this building. This building is. Oops, I just stacked two of you. There we go. Okay, you all can handle yourselves. Sorry. Um, this hut that she leads you to looks similar to both the one you walked past and several others you've seen around the area. They are um, the walls are sort of either areas of reed that serve vaguely as windows, or the buildings themselves are sort of thin stone, not quite the marble quality that you saw over where King Gullup was, but still solid enough to stand up in the marsh. Uh, Morgort knocks once on the door, and without any sort of opening, there is a call from the inside, and uh, a, a a voice similar to many of the other Bullywug voices. Push the note under the door.
Yeah, okay.
You. Come on, computer. This one. Other building, Ireland.
Oh, hey, yeah, I didn't even see that building there.
Um, After a second or two, the door opens, and standing just inside the door is a somewhat nervous-looking bullywug with a spear, and behind him you can see a large wooden crate. There's a bunch of stuff that looks like hunting gear piled atop it, and there are 4 more bullywugs at the back, and they are all I mean, practically holding their breath. They're nervous enough as you are sort of rushed inside. He that guy steps out of the way. You are gestured inside, and they sort of wave you over to the crate, on which is piled. There's a crossbow. There's some bolts. There's a hunting trap and some rather smelly animal carcasses. Um, 7 of them, of various creatures, like woodland animals, like deer, and there's a couple rabbits. There's a raccoon and a possum. And once you all are in, and the guy who opened the door then closes it behind you and stands up very straight. Greetings, I am Illig. I am Baron of Muckstump. You are here for the revolution, then. These are my associates, my loyalists. This is Glorig, Grendelkrantz, Gillibeck, and Vulp. And he names them, and each one nods at you a little nervously. Vulp looks like he's about to fall over. Well,
Well met, Illig. We are the traveling troupe of performers and adventurers. Um, yeah, I guess we're gonna kill a king. That sounds fun. Um,
aha, you're in for the revolution, then. Let me tell you of my cunning plan. What we're all going to do, we're going to approach King Gullup in his court. Right? You understand?
Yeah, I was there earlier.
Okay, perfect. Then you know the layout. I'm going to walk up to him. I'm going to say that I need to speak to him, and then oops, I tripped, and I stab him in the eye with a dagger.
Hmm.
Well, it's worked
What?
before, hasn't it?
Good plan, right? Right? Good plan. Yeah, I think it's a good plan.
Do you have any after that happens and his guards try to kill you, what happens next?
Well, if he's dead, then the guards don't have to try to kill me because he's dead, and I am now king.
Oh, hey, yeah, that okay, cool. So when you're king,
These
what's your big plans? Any campaign promises you want to make or anything like that?
What? What? My plan is to rule with honor and dignity. Also, to make sure that we finally get rid of those marrows living in the lake.
What?
Big shark-looking sort of fish creatures. They're living in the lake. It's a little annoying. We drive them off every now and then, but they keep coming back. Gullop hasn't done anything about it, and he hasn't even tried to enlist Bavlorna's assistance. He
So you
lost the
plan to
balloon.
like bow to Bavlorna too?
What else would I do?
I'm
Get
just
eaten?
asking. Just
That's
asking.
ridiculous.
See, that's a smart man. I think that your plan, what if it doesn't work? I think you should probably actually just amass a force and like storm the castle, like old school, like siege, big battle, burn down some buildings.
Mm-hmm.
I only have my loyalists here. Do you think you could recruit some more to our cause?
Oh no, this is probably enough. You just got to be sneaky about it. Just set fire to some straw, pile up. You don't really have any of those here. Uh, just guerrilla warfare. Just but very quickly and like right now.
Are you saying I should take my men right now and we should go attack the king and burn down a building first? I mean,
Probably
there's the
not first, maybe like as part of it, like light an arrow on fire or something. But yeah, like right now. See, we were just there and his guard is like down, like way down.
Oh, well, I mean, there's the cauldron with those coals. We could use those to light something on fire.
Oh,
No,
that's
no.
where the coals came from.
You have another plan?
Ah, well, here is ultimately a major flaw that I am foreseeing is simply, once again, that your entire system of government seems to more or less just boil down to the decreasing of your population until you only have a revolutionary loyalist crew of 4 individuals, and soon enough there will be 3, as one of you will ascend and the others will not. I don't see how you all can find this to be the most practical means of leadership and government.
Ah, oh, well, you see, um, unlike the others, I intend to directly, directly get Blightstraw to back my leadership,
Mm.
uh, to have her endorse me, if you will, and hence why I have prepared these gifts here. And he gestures to the crate and the pile of carcasses. Once I am installed as king of the Soggy Court, uh, this will be my gift to her. She's a taxidermist, you see. Um, it's sort of a hobby for her. And so, with these gifts, I will make sure that none of my of anyone who would usurp me would dare risk because I will be her favorite.
And no other king before you has attempted this.
Not with these kinds of gifts, no.
They have.
I mean, some have spoken to her. Others have brought her things. Uh,
And what is it that she has done for you besides endorse a crown?
she is the ruler here. She controls and owns everything.
And what if she were not?
He looks at you as though you have suddenly spoken abyssal to him.
It is a simple fact that you and your own kind have slain king after king after king, and none have even considered the fact that Pavlona herself may be yet mortal.
Even if that were true, she is the ruler of this domain. She is very, very powerful. I mean, we all saw what happened to the first two.
It was only one, yes, at a time.
Correct.
Well, how
I mean,
many
she
of
ate
you?
them one at a time. They they tried to fight, but
And how long has it been since? How many generations?
he sort of counts on his hands. That was 10 years ago, so 3 generations maybe. And no, wait, that doesn't hold on.
Perhaps, then, that it might be in the survivalist's best interest, instead of killing one another, you all find a means of survival together.
But we can't do that while while Gullop still sits on the throne.
And why is that?
Be- because he's a terrible king, and 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 he is clearly like racking his brain thinking, trying to find a solid answer.
He is stronger than the last king,
uh, I mean,
so he should be an ally to you.
but I am stronger than him. I should rule.
Perhaps.
But that should be decided before the second strongest of your kind is slain. Would you not agree?
I'm beginning to feel as though you all are not a part of this plan.
Apart, but perhaps with sight for a bigger picture. And he cleans his glasses lens. It might be in your own people's best interest to focus from one another and work on moving upwards as a unit. Perhaps one day you may be king, and perhaps you are the best fit to rule, but if you were to kill every possible rival of your own kind, then you should have no strong enough allies to protect you when some other greater force, such as Bavlorna or another of her allies, should come to strike you down, should her whim define so.
I have my loyalists, though. They would never betray me. And he looks at the four other bullywugs in the room, who immediately begin like sycophantically reassuring him that no, we would never betray you. You deserve to be king. You're the rightful king, and all of that.
Look, I've never really, done a whole lot of politicking or anything, but I'm just, I gotta say, like, looking at that guy, and I point at one of the lieutenants, he's probably gonna try to stab you through the eye, accidentally by tripping at some point. Like, it's just the way you're going. It's like math, if like the first king was like a 1 in strength, and the second king was a 2, and you're like a 5, you kill them, you got 5. But if you befriend them, then you got like, I don't know, fucking factorial of 5, which is a bunch.
The the bullywug that you point at when you say that he's going to stab Illig in the eye, like does the hand to the back of the head, or the back of the hand to the head thing, and like falls over onto a pile of a pile of just rags and other sort of detritus, at the mere thought that he might betray the great Illig.
Hmm. You know, I have listened to the pros and cons and all of the different iterations, and I have come to the following inescapable truth. And that is, your plan, Illig, it is genius. A more brilliant military strategy I do not believe I have ever heard. I could not imagine has ever been conceived. You must go forth and execute this strategy post haste. Cause as much chaos along the way as possible, and we, in the meantime, will assist you by heading to Pavlona and making the appeal for her direct assistance immediately, so that as soon as you take over, as is clearly going to happen, her assistance will be waiting for you, and hence you will win all the love of all of your subjects.
The look of confusion that has been growing on his face, as he has been completely unable to really reconcile the arguments of Arlen and Hemlock, uh, immediately fades, and an overly self-sure but slightly wobbly smile, which is really weird on a bullywug sort of frog face, just splits his mouth wide open. Yes, 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 yes. Be the king, and then I can make sure that there's never another usurper. We'll be united once I'm the king. Wake up,
It is all that is
Grundlekrantz.
important.
Wake up, Grundlekrantz. We have a mission. And with uh, 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 a sort of shaky but practiced movement, Illig squeezes past you all and begins making his way down the wooden walkway down which you all have come. Every once in a while, casting looks back uh, towards uh, the Hemlock and Arlen, like r- visibly sort of battling in his mind a bit. Uh, and as they get to the edge of your ability to see them, you can hear someone. You're not sure which of his retainers suddenly shouts, "Viva la Revolution!" as they
Oh
disappear
god.
into the mist
We do
around
not have
down.
we do not have much time to catch that balloon.
No, no, gods, no, no.
All right. And with the beginning of the Soggy Court Revolution, we'll go ahead and leave off here for next week.
Incredible.